Alrighty, with that, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon session of our council meeting today, July 7th, 2026. I will now pass it to Clementine to do roll call and to share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash. Here. Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And the record will reflect that Councilmember Barber is absent today. Public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices muted to prevent audio interference. Consistent with the First Amendment and the Brown Act, individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, which includes the right to criticize or support city policies or actions. The city encourages your uninhibited and robust feedback on public issues affecting the city. Thank you for participating.
Thanks, Clementine. With that, we'll go into our presentation for today's meeting. Item 1 on the agenda is to recognize July 2026 as Park and Recreation Month. I know I might say this a lot, but this is really, truly like one of the funnest agenda items that we have on an annual basis. And for those that may have missed it last year, there was a AI song that was made that was pretty cool. Oh no, that was sorry, that was Public Works. I'm mixing it too. Though what I would offer is that it's a healthy competition. But now the bar has been set. So with that, I'm just going to pass it to Dante and let him take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to the council for recognizing Parks and Recreation Month and its importance. It's really an opportunity for us to highlight the essential roles that parks and recreation play in really providing services to our community and supporting the health and wellness of our community. Our parks team works to provide safe spaces and programming that helps strengthen community connections. And so tonight, I want to thank all the dedicated staff and volunteers and for their commitment, and our Parks and Rec team for their commitment, and celebrate their positive impact that they make every single day. And so at this time, I'd like to bring up the Director of Parks and Recreation, Nicole Banks, to provide the presentation.
Good afternoon to Mayor, council members. First of all, it was so great to see everybody at the 4th of July just a few days ago. What a wonderful community celebration to get to be a part of. I have to put the readers on for this part. Yep, goes. Okay, so each year communities across the nation take time to celebrate the essential role that Parks and Recreation plays in enhancing our quality of life. This year's national theme, The Power of, reminds us that the true power of Parks and Recreation is not found in the facilities themselves, but in the people who make them possible. The Parks and Recreation Department serves our community through 3 distinct but interconnected areas of service: our Parks Division, our Recreation Division, and the Monterey Sports Center. And I want to recognize a lot of our team and my amazing colleagues here in the audience tonight. While their responsibilities look different from day to day, they are united by one common purpose: caring for our community. When many people think of Parks and Recreation, they picture playgrounds, sport fields, beaches, trails, community centers, and special events like we just had. Those are certainly an important part of what we do, but our responsibilities extend so much further. As you'll see in the photographs on the screen, our work is carried out by an extraordinary team of professionals who take pride in serving Monterey. Starting off with our Parks Division, they work behind the scenes every day to take care of our parks and open spaces, maintain our urban forest, prepare our athletic fields, operate our campground, preserve our natural resources, and maintain our community cemetery with dignity and compassion, helping families through some of life's most difficult moments. Whether they're repairing irrigation lines in the early morning, pruning trees to improve public safety, preparing a park for a community event, maintaining athletic fields, caring for the cemetery, or responding to unexpected maintenance issues, they approach each day with dedication, professionalism, and genuine commitment to public service. Our recreation division creates opportunities for people of every age to learn, grow, connect, and thrive. They deliver hundreds of recreation programs throughout the year, organize community events that bring neighbors together, lead youth camps, and create lifelong memories. They provide enriching opportunities that support active and healthy aging for our older adult community. Their work extends far beyond logistics and scheduling. They build relationships, foster inclusion, encourage lifelong learning, and create experiences that strengthen the fabric of our community. The Monterey Sports Center is another place where we see the power of Parks and Recreation in action every day. Open nearly 100 hours each week and serving more than 8,000 members. The Sports Center is much more than a fitness facility. It is one of Monterey's premier community gathering places. Our dedicated staff provide swim lessons that equip children and adults with lifelong water safety skills, very important with our biggest border being with the Pacific Ocean, lead a wide variety of fitness and wellness classes, organize youth sports leagues that build confidence and teamwork, and partner with the state to train the next generation of certified lifeguards. The Sports Center also serves as a true community hub. Earlier this year, we celebrated its birthday by opening our doors for a free community celebration. And throughout the year, we partner with more than 100 organizations that use the facility to deliver on competitions, meetings, activities, and other activities that enrich the lives of thousands of people. Whether maintaining a park, leading a camp, teaching a swim lesson, or greeting members at the Sports Center desk, our employees help create the experiences that define what community truly means. Their work often goes unnoticed because when parks are clean, facilities are operating smoothly, programs run seamlessly, and community spaces are welcoming, it simply feels like everything is working as it should. But that level of service is only possible because of the people behind it. This year's theme, The Power of, also reminds us that none of this work happens alone. The power of Parks and Rec comes from partnership. It comes from the support of City Council and our city leadership. It comes from collaboration of our colleagues across the organization, from Public Works, Fire, Police, Community Development, Finance, Human Resources, Legal Services, City Clerk's Office, Information Technology, and so many more. It comes from the Parks and Recreation Commission, our volunteers, our nonprofit partners, coaches, instructors, sponsors, and countless residents who invest their time, talent, and passion into making Monterey a stronger community. Here in Monterey, we're fortunate to live in a place that people from around the world dream of visiting. I was one of those people as recently as last year. Our parks and beaches, our forests, recreation facilities, and public spaces certainly support tourism and contribute to our local economy. But our focus always begins with the people who call Monterey home. Our first responsibility is to provide clean parks where families gather, safe places where children can play, recreation programs that enrich our lives, opportunities for older adults to stay active and connected, responsibly manage natural resources, welcoming community spaces, and hosting events where people of every generation can come together. When we do that well, our residents benefit first, and our visitors benefit as well. That is the power of Parks and Recreation, the power to build healthier communities, the power to strengthen neighborhoods, the power to protect the places that make Monterey special, the power to create lifelong memories, the power to bring people together, and above all, the power of dedicated public servants who quietly show up every day, often without recognition, because they believe in serving something larger than themselves. To every member of our department, including many part-time and seasonal staff who right now are working out in our camps and at the Sports Center, thank you. It is a privilege to serve alongside each of you. I know that we all feel a deep sense of responsibility to our community, and we all love what we do, and it shows. Together, we are building a stronger, healthier, and more connected Monterey. I want to say thank you and respectfully request that the City Council adopt the resolution that I think we have with you tonight, recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. Very exciting for us all.
Awesome. Thank you, Nicole. Let's give it up for Parks and Recreation Month. I'll just make a few quick remarks. So some mornings, Ivan, my partner, and I get up really early before work and we walk to Lover's Point and back home. 6 miles round trip. Kind of crazy, but it's our opportunity to connect with each other before the day gets crazy. So this morning we did that, and sure enough, I see park staff out there cleaning San Carlos Beach and making sure that the day is ready for when all of us wake up, have a beautiful city that's presented to us. So whether it's our park staff, whether it's our sports center staff, which I have the pleasure of being able to go to the sports center probably too much, or whether it's the recreation staff, and Councilman Garcia and I have the pleasure of being able to go out to see Camp Quien Sabe tomorrow and participate in that, which I'm really excited about. You all do amazing things for our community from pretty much from cradle to grave for folks' life. And the fact that past residents in the city of Monterey have saw value in investing in Parks and Rec is something that we all as residents get to benefit for. And I know that not all of our staff are residents of the city of Monterey, but I hope that you all get to appreciate the fruits of your labor just as much as the rest of the residents do. So on behalf of me as just a citizen, but I think I can speak for the entire council. Thank you so much for all the work that you all do every single day. To Nicole's point, oftentimes a thankless job, but have tremendous respect for each and every one of you for taking care of us. So thank you. Thank you so much for what you do. Open up to the council, please.
Thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. And I think mostly just want to express gratitude for all the work that you do and your team. I think it's just such an amazing institution that we have here in the city of Monterey. I wasn't fortunate to grow up in Monterey and go through the programming as a youth and then into my adulthood that Parks and Rec offers. But I feel very fortunate in being able to offer that to my kids. And they started with gymnastics at El Estero at a very young age and have gone through camps and now are at that age where they've become employees also of Parks and Rec. So there they continue that legacy that we have here, that we hear from a good portion of our community that they've done that kind of thing growing up. So I really appreciate that. I don't get tired of saying that, especially as we get into difficult decisions around budgeting, Parks and Rec for us shouldn't be looked at as an expense, but rather an investment in our community, because you folks do the hard work of making sure that our residents stay healthy, mind, body, soul, and that's very important. So thank you so much for the work that you all do. Appreciate it.
You're bringing back memories. My children grew up in the day when you could climb on the caboose at Dennis the Menace Park, and their children have grown up not climbing on the caboose. So it's great. what I wanted to thank you for is your team is always smiling. At the 4th of July, everyone seemed happy to be there. I mean, it was a great day. We all did have fun, but, Shannon was happy and Phil was happy and everybody was happy. And they were doing their jobs and it was just a lot of fun. And when I go to the gym, I no longer go at 5:30, but I used to when I worked. Everybody is smiling and greeting people, and that's always appreciated and helps everybody get through their workout. So thank you.
Spectacular day yesterday. Monterey just shines, and Monterey shines because of the efforts of the people that work in our various city departments, and especially, the key celebration is July 4th, and that really is where Parks and Recreation has to step up with lots and lots of planning. So kudos to you all. It was a great day. Lots of comments from the public. A very, very happy day. And for anybody that was looking for some way to get through the road closures early in the morning, and if they yell at you, we're sorry. That always happens every year where there's the frustration. But I think that if there was a way to check the pulse in this community and those that drive in and visit for a day like July 4th, I would say it's a 99.9%, and shame on the 1/10 of 1% that can't find happiness. But it's a great day. Everything looked great. And the city has so many parks that a lot of folks don't have a concept of all those places that are taken care of by your staff and done so well. One of the things that comes out in almost all surveys that we do when we ask the question, condition of parks and what do you enjoy the most? I think our parks are top rated. And they continue to come in the surveys as exceptionally important for the community. And also the recognition is that they're well cared for. And it's because of all of what you've done. And I too have 2 children that grew up here and went to all the programs and, fell out of the trees and fell off the train. and I actually have a treasured photograph that's on my wall at home. That's me and my older brother. My younger brother came along later, and we're sitting on top of the locomotive at Dennis Menace Park. And I think I'm about 6 years old. And so that's kind of a treasure. But lots of memories here. And I know that memories were created here in Camp Huwasabi that is in, the 3rd week or 2nd week? 3rd week, okay. And I know that is one of those spectacular camps that kids get to make memories. And they learn a lot about how to take care of themselves. And that's really important, that they can actually get to do chores and clean up after themselves and learn how to be respectful with other people. So as I say, it takes a village, and you're part of that village where you're helping to raise our community. But thank you very much for everything that you do.
Awesome. Let's give it up to our Parks and Rec team one more time. All right. I normally have everybody come up and take a photo, but before we do that, I am going to go to public comment. So I'm going to share with everybody the process and how we conduct public comment. We identify those individuals at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close it off, and then only those folks are able to speak. So everybody has a chance to speak, but you have to identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. If you try to identify yourself afterwards, unfortunately, you won't be able to speak. So I'll start with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item specifically? Parks and Rec. Okay, we have one. Why don't we come up to the podium? Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, so we'll cut it off to the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Yeah, absolutely.
My name is Kathy Bawaya, and I am a Monterey resident and also on the commission for the board for the Park and Rec Commission. And I just want to say what an honor it has been to sit and work with this group. They are very cohesive. They're very active. It's been so fun to watch all of the initiatives they take. Like I said, they're very active, and I'm excited that it was dedicated this month as Park and Rec. So thank you again for supporting our parks.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you for your service to the city. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Calling on Esther.
Good afternoon, everybody. Obviously, there's a lot of love in the room and everywhere for parks staff in general. I've been involved with park staff in 2 different ways, as a neighborhood representative and as a resident. And I wanted to, as a resident, specifically call out some people from the Sports Center that I've known for many, many years that have done a lot of great work and have been there a long time and help a lot of us stay fit. So I'd like to start out giving a shout out to front desk people like Leslie and Jana, the yoga instructors that I see weekly, Gina and Marcia. There's another, there are 3 Marcias, so all 3 of them. And to Lori, who's been at the helm of that sports center for so long. I personally don't know it without her, so I don't know if, I think some of these people have been there since day one. And then I wanted to say thanks to the workers in the Parks Division that are out here in the trenches dealing with bad weather, bad personalities, wildlife, all kinds of things. And so I want to give a shout out to Tice Norton, to Anthony, and to Santos, who both have been involved in making Laguna Grande Park look as good as it never has before, and for maintaining it and helping us as a neighborhood to keep it beautiful and hopefully continue to serve the residents of not only our neighborhood, but the whole peninsula, since it is the largest park on the peninsula. And other than that, just everything well-deserved. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I believe the other person may have been intending to do general public comment because they lowered their hand.
All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the council. Thank you again. Why don't we have our Parks and Rec team come up and let's take a photo. Yay! It's gonna be a good crew. So Wendy and Kate are coming as well. Yeah. No way. That's awesome.
I love this.
Yeah. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's do this quick.
Here we go.
That whole meeting.
Perfect. One more.
All right. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
I took a picture. Okay. Oh, thank you, honey. See you. Thank you, guys. You're all so awesome.
It's all washed out, and I don't know if there's,
Oh, yikes.
and I have no idea. I've sort of
All righty. And with that, we're going to go ahead and start general public comment. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'm going to ask for folks in the chamber. This is for items that are not on today's agenda. So general public comment. This is your opportunity to speak during the public portion of our meeting. If you would like to speak in the chamber, I ask that you stand up to the left of the podium, or if easier, you can stay seated and you can just raise your hand. But first, let me just try to gather those who are standing, and then I'll loop back around. So we have 4 folks standing. By a show of hands, anybody else that wants to speak? Anybody else that's sitting that wants to speak for general public comment? I have 1 taker. All right, so we have 4, 5, 6 in the chamber. We're gonna cut it off to the 6. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one on Zoom. I'm going to leave it to 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Lee McPherson. I don't like to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm being held hostage by the California Medical Board and the Education Board. I can name 164 of my children. Every time I contact the police department, they tell me good luck or toss me in a mental facility. I don't like the situation I'm in. I've tried to make calls. I'm currently in interim receiving counseling, also at Monterey Peninsula College with a counselor there. I've tried behavioral health, but the lady Lillian Perez, her real name is Lillian Guapapeo Huson, who married Sebastian Johann Kaepernick. She kidnapped me when I was 8 years old. It's a conflict of interest for her to be a psychiatrist in my life. Her grandson is my son. She murdered 3 of my boys. One of them is still alive. I don't know what to do. I scream my head off and ask for help. People laugh at me and tell me to prove it. DNA is indisputable. There have been surrogates, women in my life, like Teresa Price. She surrogate one of my eggs with Christopher Emmanuel Panetta, the daughter. Her name is Christina. I call her Navi. I don't know what to do. I've called the Panetta Institute. I've called the commissioner. I scream and yell at the parking division. And in the parking division, it states that I have to pay to be handicapped to park someplace. But the Department of Motor Vehicles states a handicapped individual is required not to pay in metered area. Why do I have a parking ticket? Why is this happening to me? You can contact, MPC about this helmet. This is the Great American Hero Award, OSHA.
I apologize. That's your time. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and take the next public commenter.
Have a great day, folks. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Ma'am, thank you.
Good day, Mayor.
Good afternoon. My name is Demetrius Castros. I've been a homeowner here in Monterey with my wife for 34 years. And I'm proud to identify as a retired fire chief, having worked for the Monterey Fire Department for 26 years and then the Milpitas Fire Department for several years as a battalion chief and as actually acting chief of the department for a time. What I'm most proud of to identify as is I'm an American. And as Americans, we have many rights enshrined in our Constitution and California law. And as Americans, we not only have...
Sorry, apologize. Is your mic on?
I'm not sure.
That one doesn't go on.
Okay. Please.
Okay. So
Hey, hang on just one second. We're gonna,
okay.
Loud enough for people to tell me to shut up, so I'm,
no, you're fine. I think just get close to it.
okay, all right. Okay, may I start over, or?
Please.
Okay. I'm pleased to identify as a homeowner in Monterey, where my wife and I have lived here for 34 years. I'm proud to identify as a retired fire chief, having worked for the Monterey Fire Department for 26 years, and then the Milpitas Fire Department as a battalion chief and as even acting chief of the department for some time. But what I'm most proud of to identify is I'm an American, and we have rights enshrined in our Constitution and California law. But with those rights come an obligation to be involved in our local politics, take a part, serve an active role. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to act here in Monterey. The 2 most recent tax initiatives that we attempted to pass both failed. So we have to start making some decisions. It's time for ending conversation and to get on to our action. One of the things we've not really wanted to do is talk about the Monterey Bay Aquarium. It's a fine facility, but the aquarium pays no property tax, and they had a reported $35 million annual profit after expenses in the last published budget year. A small admissions tax is not going to affect them one bit. By not paying property tax, they're not doing their part, and they also are purchasing additional properties on Cannery Row, which then become tax exempt, further eroding our tax base. And we built their parking garage. which they didn't pay for, maintain, or anything like that. So it's been a good public-private partnership. At the October budget meeting, Ed questioned why we were hiring a community development director when we can't afford the workforce we already have. That was a really good point. We need to continue that kind of hard attitude about our spending habits, because passing new tax increases isn't going to work. There's an initiative on the November ballot that's pretty much going to make it much more difficult, with a 2/3 majority required to pass tax initiatives, and we couldn't pass the last two with only simple majorities. So we need to start balancing the checkbook. And while I have a few seconds here, bring back the 1285. That's the locomotive at Dennis the Menace. I played on it. My son played on it. Let's bring it back.
Good evening, council. How we doing? My name's Tom Barrera. I'm with Easy Drains Plumbing and representing Monterey residents as well. I spoke in this council meeting 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago about increase in permit costs, and I've talked to the city manager a few times and pretty much anyone else that'll listen. I'm currently paying $594 for an encroachment permit and on property permit, and that fee has been raised as of July 1st to $2,690, almost a 500% increase. Now, you guys did a study in October 2024 that was due February 2025, and I have the breakdown of everything. They have an hour of admin. I personally go in and do my own permit setup, and it's about 20 minutes. It takes me not an hour from them to process it, for me to fill it out, everything. The biggest one that jumps out is you have 4 hours of building inspector fee. That's Jeff Ray, 4 hours per each inspection. He's out there for 20 minutes. I talked to him today. He's never heard of this survey that was done, this study that was done. Jeff Ray should have got this. He never saw this one time. He's never had 4 hours per job. You have 2 hours per inspection for building. That's Kevin Morgan. And there's 20 inspections on average that he does a day. So if it's 2 hours per, he'd only be able to get to 4 inspections a day. How does he get done with 20? So the city's billing out for 80 hours for Kevin Morgan a day. We know he's only working 80 hours. And sorry to use his name, but that's the building inspector. This really needs to be looked at. Please look at this. Please look at this. I want to talk to you guys. Oh, please, guys, this is huge. This is a $6,000 a week increase in bills in my life that we're getting pushed on to homeowners in Monterey. Please look at this. I'm available to talk anytime you want. Please look at this.
I would recommend connecting with city staff to maybe sit down and go through that a little bit more to see if there could be a better understanding of how they came up with the numbers. So,
I can't get a sit down with anybody.
okay.
I cannot, I don't know where to go with this, but this is not something that is supposed to be an income. You guys it's not a source of revenue. I'm sorry to go on my time. I respect you. I'm sorry. But this is not such a source of revenue.
So sorry. I want to be careful because we're leading into a space where I'm giving you more public time to speak, and I don't want to be careful to be respectful of everybody else. But recommend getting in contact with the city manager's office, suggest@monterey.org. So connect with the city manager's office. If you have an issue with that, let's pick up the conversation from there. Sorry, I have to be careful not to do too much more public comment. All right, let's go to the next public commenter, please.
Well, that's okay, because I'm going to riff off of what he just said. It just so happens I decided to come to this meeting today because I had a permit to pick up. I'm going to be taking out a part of the sidewalk in front of my house. And part of the reason why I got the permit when I did was because I knew the permit fees were going to go up. So right now I paid $438 for this permit. I'm going to do the work myself. I know you can't believe that with this strong body you see in front of you, but I will do the work myself. And it's going to cost me about $1,500 to do the work. So right now I'm paying roughly a third, again, more for the permit. So this permit, though, will go up to something more along the lines of $1,500, or it has gone up. So the permit, if I had gotten it on July 1st, would have equaled the cost of me actually doing the work myself. So I would agree with the previous gentleman. It seems like we used to have a system where we had a stratification of fees. For example, on a sidewalk, you'd have something like 0 to 100 square feet, and then 100 to 500, something like that. And you'd have different strata of fee levels, but my understanding is that's gone away. So I agree with the previous gentleman. I think some of these fees need to be reexamined, especially in light of Del Monte Beach and that debacle out there where people were getting notices saying, you have to fix your sidewalk. And oh, by the way, you also need to get a permit for it, which was the $1,500. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Boya. I just, 2 quick comments. I wasn't able to stay for the end of the budget meeting. I had another appointment, but for me, it was a disappointment. I felt like it gave us a chance to jump ahead. And I know it is water under the bridge, but it brings up my point that what we just did was leave it to our kids and their kids. And that just is so disappointing to me. I know that you all voted for that as a way to get ahead. That is one thing. The other thing I want to just mention is I appreciate the diversity of this board. I think it reflects our community. I appreciate that you all have differences and you come together and compromise. I know that this budget meeting, again, was such a difficult, it reminded me of COVID, and I thought, oh my gosh, here we go again. But I just want you I just want to say I find you all approachable. There's not one person in this room that I would not feel comfortable coming to if I had an issue or I had a concern. So I just want to thank you. You guys get beat up a lot, but I appreciate your work.
Mayor, Council, I just rise to support my colleague that does a lot of work for me in the sewer permits. And it's astonishing when I go in there is how expensive these permits are. And I may get 1 inspection, sometimes 2 inspections. And, there's $3,000, $4,000 for some of these fees. And I understand it's based on value and stuff, but I think you should revisit these things because ultimately those costs go back to the owners. The owners pass them on to the tenants. I'm a property manager and I manage quite a few units here. And so what I'm hoping is you can revisit and start living within your budget because it appears that every time you guys get a increase in your budgets and stuff, you seem to just fill it up with expenses. I have never seen a council go through so much money in the last, and it's not just this one. This been going on for 15, 20 years, so it's nothing new with you or anybody else here. But you guys have just continued to spend and spend and spend and spend, and never consider that you guys live in one of the wealthiest cities in California, probably, bar none. We're on the coast. And so I think that you should relook at these figures and because these reflect what landlords have to charge tenants and what we pay our employees. When they got bills too, they want to get paid. Well, guess what? I can't pay because the permits are so expensive, or I can't do those projects. One of the projects that I have are 6 ADUs. Why? Because you have this deed restriction you want to put on there. Get rid of the deed restriction. It stopped me from doing 6 because I'm not going to have someone have a deed restriction on my property. And that's how I leave that. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, the speaker on Zoom can go ahead.
Yes, hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Alrighty. Mayor, city council member, and members of the public. The current vending lottery system is not working. It is not fair and is not balanced, and is pushing hardworking local vendors out of their jobs and homes and the ability to survive. Right now, there are vendors who have won the lottery 3 of the 4 times. That means some people have received 9 straight months of vending opportunity, while other vendors have not won once. That is not equal access. That is not a fair rotation. That is a system that is failing the very people it's supposed to regulate fairly. This needs to be changed as soon as possible, as at minimum, the city should create a true rotation or a rule that prevents repeated wins before every qualified vendor has had a real chance to vend. Also, a weekly lottery, giving vendors 52 chances a year to win a shot to work at the wharf instead of only 4 shots a year. I also want to remind the city that SB 946 protects sidewalk vendors in California. That law allows reasonable local regulation only when they're based on objective health, safety, or welfare concerns. I still have not seen proof that these restrictions were created because of actual safety concerns. What many vendors see is a system that appears to have been shaped by pressure from brick and mortar businesses that did not want competition, the Wharf Association in general and Cannery Row as well. That is exactly the kind of economic discrimination SB 946 is meant to prevent. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for our jobs back. We are asking for a system that gives every legal vendor a chance for real support to support their families. There's also another serious problem with vendors signing over contracts to each other and not allowing anybody but their friends to vend in that area. So you have.
All right. The time limit came up, so I muted that speaker.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and end general public comment. Thank you for all those that provided public comment today. With that, we'll move on to our consent agenda. I know that item 7 has been requested to be pulled. Does council wish to pull anything else?
Item 6.
6? Anything else? All right, let's take it out to the public. This is an opportunity for the public to pull additional items from the agenda if you so wish, or you can just make a comment on a consent item. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on any of the consent items or wish to pull any of the consent items? All right, seeing none, go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion that we approve agenda items, all except for items 6 and 7.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 6 and 7. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we will move on to item 6, which is to amend Resolution 26-092 to include the citywide curb ramp improvement project 2026 in the capital improvement program, appropriate funds, and award construction contract in the amount of $1,048,262 to Via Lobos and Associates for the citywide curb ramp improvement project. Ed, I'll pass it to you to see if there are any specific questions or how you wanted to initiate this.
Yes, if the staff could give an overview so the public is able to also learn more about the capital improvement program, some of the projects that are still pending that are highlighted in the list. But also, the specific question I had was on the bid process. I noticed that the winning bid, Villa Lobos and Associates, was considerably lower than the engineer's estimate. So if you could address the disparity between our own engineer's estimate and the actual bidder amount.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Great question. I'm pleased to introduce one of our newest associate engineers who's joined us. This is one of his first council items, and so I've asked him to be here tonight, and he can answer some of your questions. We did do a reference check on the contractor and a bid analysis, but I'm going to introduce Sean Wright to talk a little bit more about the specific details and introduce him as our.
Well, welcome aboard, and so we'll be easy on your first time. So it's all yours.
That's okay. You can ask me anything you like. So yeah, the spread was pretty large. It was like a 26% gap between the next lowest bidder and Villa Lobos. Villa Lobos came very low on their lump sum items like mobilization and traffic control. So they're confident that they don't need to make up money in those items. Okay. Very low risk on that end, given that they can't go over on those like they could on itemized items.
Okay.
So having that lower bid be because of those lump sums really reduces our risk. So it's unlikely we'll have overages. They were high on their bids on striping items only, for the most part, and we don't expect an overage on striping. It's a very low amount of the work for this project. Villalobos, when I worked for City of Gilroy, they did projects for us and they were a good contractor. So I don't really have concerns on them. I think they gave us a really good bid, and we're very lucky to have them on this project.
Okay. So you touched on the very essence of why it sort of stuck out to me. And it's interesting. I know that what you're saying is that we don't have the exposure for change orders, which would drive the price back up to where they might want to recapture it, because it's divided into the general items versus some of the contingencies. And so there's a limit of what they can go back and say that they underbid, and there's a reason that they have to have a change order or an increase in the process. Could you go through that one more time for the public to realize the bid process? They're competitive. We're required to take the least expensive bid. But how are we protected other than the 15% contingency?
Well, the lump sum items, the bid item descriptions for those are very thorough and broad. There shouldn't be much argument for them to increase those to get them to be higher bids.
I can jump in as well. So we actually have a lot of contractual controls as well. If they underbid the project, I guess I'd say, unfortunately, that's a contractor problem. That's not a city problem.
Right.
So we have a lot of controls within our contract. So even if they did miss something in the bid proposal or strategically underbid the project, we have inspection, we have controls in place through our contract to make sure that the contractor can't ask for additional compensation just because. So if they did underbid it, that's not a city problem. The contractor has to honor their price, and they can't just request change orders or additional compensation just to get at that contingency.
Okay, and I noticed that our estimate was actually higher than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the bidders. Although there's some wiggle room when you get in down to the estimated costs. Okay, yeah, that's really all I wanted to do on that one. But I wanted to go to the list of the capital improvement projects, unless the staff has got, or the city council's got any more questions on this particular bid process. Okay. So the next area I wanted to explore was the list of the capital improvement. I know it's an extensive list, and if you could explain a little bit for the members of the public so that they realize what the 5-year capital improvement plan means. We're having a 26, 27 snapshot. And so there are items on here that are, we know they're alarming because we know that they're underfunded.
Yeah.
As an example, Wharf 2. So this is but 1 year of an example of a snapshot of a 5-year. So a couple of questions. What year are we in the 5-year capital improvement plan? And how do we address the ones that stand out as the uh-ohs, underfunded, still hanging out there, that they're going to emerge later in our capital improvement calendar?
Okay. So good questions. I'll try to answer that best I can. So this item is only amending the CIP list, so it's adding a new CIP to that list. So the council's already approved our CIP program, which is 1 year of appropriation for 26, 27. And then we also have the roadmap for years 2 through 5 that just says, here's probably where we're going in future fiscal years. In that same presentation, we did provide infrastructure condition for the council, just so you know what's out there, including the wharfs and some of the deferred maintenance. So even if there's stuff that's not funded through the 5-year CIP program, it's for the council and for the public to be aware of just where that deferred maintenance is, where the needs are. So with this action, we're only amending that CIP program, that list of the 26, 27 CIP projects. The 5-year plan is going to include this as a new project, but really isn't changing. And so everything that was presented to council at the annual budget or with the adoption of the CIP program remains unchanged, and all our deferred maintenance, including at the wharf, exactly as we presented a couple meetings ago.
Okay. So is let me find it here. The sewer maintenance, that's not listed in the 5-year capital improvement, is it?
So I'm going to pass it to Andrew again. But one of the things that we had spoken is that we weren't going to appropriate Measure S to the specific projects. We were going to keep coming back to council to appropriate Measure S for the very specific projects and then add them throughout the year.
Okay.
So that's one of the reasons why we didn't appropriate the entire $9.3 million in Measure S. We appropriated 3.9. And as projects come up that are going to have their own account number so that when these projects are closed out, they can be capitalized. So that's what we're doing today is we keep adding the projects for Measure S and appropriating them separately.
Okay.
I hope that helps clarify.
Yeah, it does. It does, because I know it's a new way of forecasting and itemizing the actual specific projects. It will probably be very helpful for the Measure S oversight as well.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so typically for sewer, so some of that's moving into operating accounts. You won't see it in the CIP program again. If it's more O&M type work, it'll be funded through the operating account. If it's a capitalized project that has a beginning and an end, then it'll be something that gets added to the CIP list later. It's going to be changed, so it will be different. And so easier for Measure PS Oversight Committee, maybe. It'll just be different. I think we'll have a lot of questions, but once people get used to it, it'll be business as usual again.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Mayor, that's all I had.
Okay, any other questions at this time? All right, thank you, staff, for the presentation. Open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 6.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we will move to item 7, which is to adopt a resolution accepting the tabulation results for the city's flood protection and clean stormwater fee, and if approved, adopt a resolution setting the rates beginning in fiscal year 26-27. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we have Rebecca Baggett here who's going to give the presentation on this item.
Evening, Mayor and members of the council. Before you tonight is the conclusion of the Prop 218 proceeding for the city's proposed flood protection and clean stormwater fee. The item includes 2 resolutions, the first accepting the certified tabulation results and the second which would have set the rates if the fee passed. The ballots were mailed on May 21st to the owners of 9,273 affected parcels. The tabulation was conducted by the city clerk as election official at a duly noticed public meeting on July 6th. The certified results are as follows. 4,119 valid ballots were processed for a return rate of 45.56%. Of those, 1,648 ballots, 40.01%, were cast in support of the proposed fee. And 2,471 ballots, 59.99%, were cast in opposition. An additional 106 ballots were determined to be invalid. With 40.01% of valid ballots in support and 59.99% opposed, the proposed fee was not approved by a majority of the votes cast. Under Prop 218, the fee therefore cannot be imposed. Staff recommends that council adopt the resolution accepting the tabulation results of the mailed ballot proceeding as certified by the city clerk. This action formally acknowledges the outcome of the proceeding and closes the ballot process. Because the fee was not approved, the second resolution setting the rates is presented for the record but is not recommended for adoption. Without voter approval, the fee cannot be imposed and the rate setting resolution has no effect. No charge will be placed on the county property tax roll for fiscal year 26-27, and staff will not proceed with the tax roll filing. Thank you.
opening up to council.
I'm okay with the presentation, but I think once we get to the discussion, there might be some comments.
Totally. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Thank you for the presentation. Open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right. Seeing no takers, I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take those callers.
Calling on Rick first.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. I'm Rick Hoyer, President of the Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association. I think you need to take the results of this vote as a continued wake-up call. It's not very common for Prop 218 elections such as this to fail and to fail with this big a margin. There was really no campaign involved in this either way, and yet the public have said, particularly the property owners have said, enough is enough. You need to start getting your house in order and need to do it quick, because given this and measure the previous measure's failure on the ballot this November is Measure S, which to have a hope of have it passing, you need to start showing movement on cutting costs prior to it coming to a vote, or else you risk having it fail because it has an even higher threshold, which will be difficult in and of itself. I mean, a Prop 218 failure is not very common throughout the state. So please take it to heart and start cutting your budget and stop passing expenses on to the public. Another thing that's working against Measure S is all these new fees that are start going up outrageously high and do not seem to have anything based in reality. I think you need to take a hard look at that study that was done and how it was done, because it does not make sense, a lot of things. And when you start looking at what was done in Del Monte Beach on the marking of sidewalks, it was obvious the contractor you hired didn't know what he was doing either. So you need to start cross-checking these things and start looking out for your residents and their costs and keep the cost of living down on this area. It's already too expensive. Thank you.
And our other speaker is Esther.
Hi again. I think if you guys have the opportunity to explain the consequences of this not being approved to the public and refreshing our minds on what is going to happen moving forward. And regarding to everybody who keeps saying we need to cut our expenses, we need to get our house in order, we need to, you know, blah, blah, blah. I don't hear them offering any real suggestions on how to do that. They just come around and say that, you know, that comment, repeat it over and over. We've already got cuts that have gone to our police department, our fire department, parks. Every department in the city staff has been stepping up, doing their part, cutting, and this isn't the first year that they're cutting. This is an ongoing thing. We've been operating pretty bare bones, and yet you have, you know, overall public support and is happy with how things are happening. Perfect example is the Parks Department presentation earlier. With these supposed cuts that you all come to council and want to say we should be doing, I guarantee you, you guys will be the first ones to step up and complain when all of these departments can't get to your issues, can't return your phone calls in a timely fashion, can't get to work you want done, whether it's the parks or whether it's on your street. And where exactly the cuts that are being, you know, presented, they're not being specified. And when they get specified, I want to see the public reaction to how they're going to feel when those things are cut the way that these people are asking you to. Because I don't think people understand the consequences of not passing these these increases that are needed, not because of not managing the budget well, but because costs have gone up. It is not just in Monterey. Almost every single jurisdiction is having the same problem. that doesn't mean that the city of Monterey has a problem. That means that there's an overall problem. It's inflation. It's, costs have gone up with insurances and everything. So again, I think it's valid for you guys to remind the public what the consequences are for not passing this particular one. And that will be an example of other things that are going to happen and have to fall by the wayside because these increases are not being passed. Thank you.
All right, I think that was our last public commenter. So with that, we'll bring it back to the council. And Dante, to kick us off, I think Esther asked a good question there at the beginning that might be helpful to just look at what the implications are as far as next steps with the outcome of this initiative.
Yeah, and this is significant. Obviously, we have stormwater protection issues citywide, and this was a fund to start helping put the infrastructure in place to deal with flood protection for the city. My understanding is that people used to pay this years ago, and it was discontinued for a while, and it was asked again. But it definitely leaves us kind of scratching our heads and having to kind of go back to the table to figure out how we protect the community and have a flood control system, protection system when it does rain and when it does flood in certain areas. And I'm going to actually ask our Public Works Director to actually come up and provide to provide a few more details on the specific numbers and other impacts that I did not mention.
Thank you. We're going to tag team this one. So we actually have a meeting set up. What we need to do is we also need to look at regulatory, what are the mandates that we have to comply with, and also how are we going to fund the maintenance and operations, because the stormwater fee was going to fund maintenance and operations, and how do we trim that down, because it's going to hit the general fund, then obviously we're not going to do the maximum. So we have to figure out what's the responsible minimum that we can live with. So Andrew, if you want to offer more information.
Sure. Just the slight more context. So we'll continue to meet our regulatory obligations and permit requirements. The worst case scenario would be for us to cut so deep that we risk notice of violations, permit violations, or perhaps having our permit revoked, or penalties that come with notice of violation. So we're going to continue to meet our regulatory requirements, make sure we're compliant with our permits. And so there's a lot of reporting, a lot of inspection that goes along with that. But anything above and beyond what's the minimum requirements, we'll be looking at cutting and reducing down to bare minimum. So that's a lot of operations and maintenance that'll probably reduce to nothing.
Could you give us an example of something that we would have done if we had the funds that were being collected by ratepayers but now aren't, and that's the whole purpose of this initiative that failed? What would we have done that would be on the chopping block?
So I'm going to look for some more specific examples to come back to you at another point. But at the top of my mind, it's cleaning debris from our inlets and catch basins before rain events probably will be dialed back. Stuff like that that maybe falls into maybe not totally required by a permit, but a nice to have, good for flood protection and making sure debris doesn't get out in the ocean. We'll be looking to dial back our operations and maintenance a little bit is probably what's going to happen.
So,
please. And preventative maintenance as well.
What are the implications other than the debris going into the ocean of us capturing that debris?
If that clogs the drain or the culverts, then you'll have localized flooding. If we do too much of that, then again, we run the risk of notice of violation. So we'll be looking at right sizing our program to make sure we're doing the bare minimum of what our permit and the regulations require, but nothing more than that.
Okay. So I just kind of wanted to maybe help get a message out to those that didn't support, to understand the implications of the lack of support associated with that. So opening up to the council for discussion.
Yeah, so while you're there, Andrea?
She was moving with a quickness
Yeah,
too.
she was. The two of you do so well, I didn't want to see you left out. So you talked about the strategy going forward, and it makes sense because if you don't have the additional revenue, then you've got to figure out how you can staff up what we can do. Have you had an opportunity to kind of think about the outreach piece? And I know we haven't talked about this, but when the opportunity would be for us, and when the council felt that it was the right time to ask again, maybe for a lesser amount, a more strategic development through outreach, education. I think one thing that I heard a lot from folks was that they saw this as a connection between the deficit and felt that this was just another way of gathering the money. But I think in the outreach, we don't really have, unless you happen to live across the street from a creek, or you happen to have large culverts that when it rains, you see the action. There are places in this town, I think, that we need to have mapping, outreach, and folks need to know that their homes are now, the homes and businesses could be at risk on localized flooding if we don't maintain the culverts throughout. And I speak in Gene's district all the way to the top of Skyline. What's the elevation? 500 feet, 600 feet? It's coming down the hill, and it's all got to land down on Pacific. It's got to get in the Hartnell Gulch. It's got to get to Elster Lake, and it's got to get to the ocean. So there's a lot of risk in between, especially to District 3, District 2, and District 1. And I'm sure there's places in District 4 that's also going to be at risk. But I think that the outreach, I know you can't answer this now, but you need time to figure it out. But I think there's an opportunity for the education, the outreach for all of our districts citywide to point out where's the history of where we have had problems, where we know we'll have problems again. And if we're underfunded, then that's going to be a high risk for property owners.
Absolutely. We agree. It is a challenge, and I think we did some of the outreach materials which were focused on the residents. Why should we care about the stormwater fee, and what does it address? Because it is easy to think that a sewer fee is connected to your toilets, so there's a nexus on why it matters to us.
Yeah.
I think stormwater fee, definitely we need to fine tune the outreach so that they can understand why it's so important for the city and for all of us.
Yeah, and I think we've all, if you've been here any time at all, you've seen the years when we have the El Nino and we lose all of Del Monte. Ellister Lake is overflowed at MPC. So we've all got the pictures, we've got the life stories. A lot of folks haven't experienced that. So we know we are still at tremendous risk. Yeah.
Anybody else? Is there a motion?
So I think tonight our motion is to accept the count. Is staff looking for anything else in this agenda item?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I have one additional follow-up question. I know, Chrissy, with measures that go on the ballot, the city can't campaign. For something like this, for the Prop 218, are those limits, do they still exist? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Can I follow up with a question from the attorney? In terms of when 218 ballots can be on the ballot for the public, are there limitations in terms of the time that we have to wait post the loss of this one?
I don't believe so, but we would have to go through the entire process again, which starts with the protest
Right.
hearing. And if there's not a majority protest, it moves on to the mail ballot. I don't know of any waiting period.
Okay. In the process we used, are we constrained by that process because it's 218? Or is there any other way that the process could be on a ballot?
It could go on a general election ballot. That'd be atypical, but that is a way to do it.
Okay. Okay.
And the timing constraints really are somewhat tied to the property tax roll collection. And
Right.
so we could enact the fee, but be sort of on our own for collection if it doesn't meet the timing of the county tax collector.
Okay. And if I'm understanding the law right, because this failed, we have no option to collect the fee in any way.
That's correct.
Direct billing, property tax,
Yeah, no fee.
except for maybe donations. That's about it.
Sure, we'll take a
Yeah.
donation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and call the question. Thanks again, staff, for helping us being more informed on that. Excuse me? I did go out to public comment. I did. Yep.
Was there anybody that made comments? Oh, we did have a caller. Yes, we did.
Yep.
We had two, yeah.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll go to our public appearance items. 10 on the agenda is to receive subcommittee recommendations, appoint applicants to positions on Board of Library Trustees, Building and Housing Appeals Board, Disabled Access Appeals Board, Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program, NCIP Committee, and Parks and Recreation Commission. And with that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
Great, thank you. And our city clerk, Clementine Bonner-Klein, is going to provide this presentation.
I do have a short presentation. So as part of the regular cycle of term expirations that expire on June 30th, we did have a number of expirations this year, and we also had a few recent and longer ago vacancies to try to fill. And so on April 10th, I had posted a notice in both our glass case and by email to our list of a few hundred recipients who like to follow these announcements. I did post for the Board of Library Trustees 2-member seats, Building and Housing Appeals Board 1 alternate seat, Disabled Access Appeals Board 1-member seat, Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program Committee 1, 2, 3, 4 alternate seats, and for Parks and Recreation Commission 1-member seat. We received applications from qualified applicants, and priority review was to be given to applications received on or before May 11th. And so on June 18th, the mayor and vice mayor who serve as the subcommittee, according to our council policy, they conducted public interviews of all of the applicants. They deliberated and formulated their recommendations, which are in your packet as attachment 1. And so there was mostly consensus from the subcommittee, but on one seat, which was the Parks and Recreation Commission, the subcommittee would like the council to make that determination, and the council does make all of the appointments. I also wanted to add that just in the last few days, we received one more application for one of these seats. And so there wasn't a cutoff. We just said priority review would be given, and was received rather late in the process. So I don't know how you'll want to handle that. Unfortunately, our policy doesn't really cover that with the way that I noticed it for just priority review.
And that was for Parks and Rec.
That one was for Old Town alternate for NCIP committee.
All right, thank you, Clementine, for the presentation. Are there any questions at this time from the council? We'll save the debate until after public comment. All right, seeing none, go ahead and open it for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll cut it off, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take that caller.
Esther,
Good
you can go
afternoon,
ahead.
everybody. I wanted to put in a good word for one of the Parks and Rec applicants, Emily Adler. She has a tremendous amount of experience and knowledge that she would be bringing to the Parks and Rec Commission. And I just want to put out there that she is hands down the better candidate, and hopefully the rest of the council will see that once you hear about her a little bit more in detail. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Esther, for chiming in with your public comment. We'll bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. As a way to kind of maybe help facilitate this process, I'd offer let's split this into 2 motions. Since there was agreement on all of the seats except for the Park and Recreation, I'll go ahead and make a motion to appoint all of the recommendations given by the subcommittee other than the Parks and Rec Commission.
Second.
All right, so moved and seconded. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, I'll just say thank you to all those who signed up, who spent time interviewing, and your willingness to volunteer in your service to the city of Monterey. Welcome aboard. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And then with that, let's get to the meat of the bones, which is the Parks and Rec seat. I had recommended Emily Adler. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Smith recommended Andrea Kingman. I think what I took away from that was that we both thought that they were good candidates. So maybe what I'll do is pass it to Councilmember Smith to give his reasoning, and then I'll give my reasoning for Emily, and then open it up to the two of you to ask any questions or provide any additional feedback.
Yeah, good. I'll start. Yeah, and again, as it's already been said, thank you to the other candidates who took the time out to apply for those positions. As to the position of selecting for Parks and Recreation, I first start with looking at the role of the Parks and Recreation and looking for experience, and not just the academic experience, but the life skills, the time in grade where they've moved around a little bit in terms of employment or volunteerism or activities, and the education is important. And I would note that both the candidates are very well educated, both have master's degrees. Emily graduated as recent as 2022, and Andrea has graduated much further along and has a much more established resume in her professional experiences. I was very impressed, especially with Andrea's perspective, her experience, her most recent volunteer work. As I said, she does have a master's degree. She has a public leadership credential from Harvard Kennedy School from 2026, and she also just was on the Monterey County Civil Grand Jury, and she was the chairperson as well. So she has a vast number of years of experience, and what I really thought that was unique for her was that her employment was with the National Geographic Learning, and since 2007, and she's done quite a bit of marketing, work with K-12, social studies, humanities, and partnerships in professional development. And so that really sounds like somebody who is very experienced, well-versed in functioning with a large board. And when I look out, asking myself, in the coming years, in 2 to 3 years, what will be the Planning Commission's biggest lift? And I think it's probably going to be acting on the master planning for the old Capitol site of the 130 acres that we now own, that we have not yet executed, with what kind of a park nature it will turn out to be. So I think the number of experienced years, the activities, gets the nod to Andrea. Emily also has a nice resume. She graduated 3 years ago 4 years ago, actually, with a master's degree, and is currently working in the trade as planning. And she lists her employer as planning studio manager at National Fitness Campaign. And it sort of seems like that is like the first professional position that she's had. So I lean towards Andrea because of more years of experience. They both get the same nod as terms of their education. But Andrea has much more life experiences that would assist the Planning Commission. And I think that Emily is going to be there. I wouldn't say that I would say don't go away and never apply again. I'd say, hey, stay there and please apply again. I just think that when you put two candidates that are both very qualified, you have to make a decision, and I get the nod towards the experience and for what the Planning Commission is going to be, what the Parks and Recreation Commission is going to be tasked with doing, and I think the experience is the nod for me.
Awesome. Yeah, and I had recommended Emily. I mean, interesting point to focus on as it relates to experience. Emily's educational background is perfectly suited for the role within Parks and Rec. And I had felt strongly about her application in preparation for the interviews, but then when getting into the interviews and seeing her level of enthusiasm, learning more about her growing up here, leaving, coming back, which is always something that's very impressive to me, just somebody that might go away, learn a skill set, and bring it back to the community that helped raise them. And to see that passion show through her interview made me excited for the impact that she can have, not just on Parks and Rec, but on the city overall. And I can't think off the top of my head if there's anybody currently on the Parks and Rec board that has that kind of requisite level of educational skill set that she has. So I think that she can provide a very unique and informative perspective that can help amplify the membership that's already on the Parks and Rec board. Again, both candidates super solid. I think that the city of Monterey would be lucky to have either one of them. But my preference would lean more towards Emily for the recommendation.
Mayor, could I just point one thing out? They both actually have local ties. Emily was raised in Carmel, went to Carmel High School, and Andrea graduated for North Monterey County High School. So they both have local ties.
Sure. Okay, I'll open it up to our colleagues here. Councilmember Garcia.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all the candidates for applying and going through the process. And thank you to Clementine and Linda for putting together all the lists in a very organized way, and the links to the videos and all that. Really appreciate that. That was really helpful. And I went and reviewed the interviews, and I agree both Emily and Andrea bring lots of knowledge and I think also experience to the table. So definitely not an easy decision. I do lean more for Emily because of not only the information that she shared during the interview, but also really backed up with the portfolio that she shared as part of the application. I think it shows a lot of great and relevant information, that it's very much in alignment with the work that would be done in the Parks and Rec Commission. So really enjoyed what both candidates bring to the table, but I'm going to go ahead and support Emily on this one.
Councilmember Rash.
Oh, thank you. I attended the interviews like I have since we've created the new governance ordinance. So I got to see the two interviews. One was online and Andrea was in person. I also have a scoring system that I keep, and I'm coming in for Andrea. Andrea got a perfect score across the board, and she was the only one of any of the candidates that got that. I, too, was impressed with the depth of her involvement in her community and really was attracted to the year-and-a-half program through Harvard on the governance training at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government and credential in public leadership, which I think would benefit us. I think we need that kind of maturity and that preparation. I think it would serve us very well to have someone with her gravitas and her perspective. Her interview was, I thought, excellent. And I wrote down a note that she got a perfect score because she really nailed it in terms of creativity, which I look for. There's preparation, education, involvement in the community, and certainly Emily is a great candidate. But where Andrea really wowed me was she really wanted to create new avenues of thinking about recreation. She mentioned trying to inspire some of our meetings to be walking meetings where where people could meet in the park and have their meeting and yet be walking and creative that way. I thought that was exceptional. And so I was pretty wowed by her. I would love to see her on Parks and Rec Commission and benefit the city by all her preparation and excellence. So that's where I come in.
Okay. Well, seems a little bit split, but we'll go ahead and go through the exercise here. You want to try a motion?
I'll try a motion that we select Andrea Kingman for the Parks and Recreation selection.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right. Although,
Yeah, just please. I don't know that it'll swing a decision or not. But I appreciate Jean being there to be able to see it live and to have some sort of a scoring. You know, I don't give any negative knock to someone who's not present. I think Emily did a fine job, but she is working at home entirely. That's what her work is, online, working at home. And sometimes I worry about folks that will integrate with other folks that are coming together for the Parks and Recreation process and the outreach to the public. And so I just got a sense that Andrea was just a little bit more skilled for that level. But however it turns out, I think Emily is a great person and very qualified for something. And I hope she doesn't go away. I hope she doesn't get discouraged, but I'd still find the lead towards Andrea because of her skills. Thank you.
did you want to jump in? Please.
Well, a couple of points. I think just because Councilmember Smith, you bring up the, and I'm not sure if you're going directly at the fact that Emily attended virtually, but if that is something that.
No, that's not what I was.
Okay, well, I'm not sure why the mention then that she was.
Well, her work experience and what she does for her profession is not working directly live time with people, and it's all virtual. And it's a very short period of time when compared to Andrea in terms of the time period in the profession.
Okay, so to that point, now, I don't know Emily personally, but looking at her information and her work experience, this type of work feels like it's not necessarily work that entirely would be done from home. Having had some interactions with consultants that do this kind of work, it requires that they're out in the field, visiting sites, talking to stakeholders and that kind of thing. Now, I'm not entirely sure that that's Emily's work, but I wouldn't necessarily assume that she just works from home to start. And then second, I think there's value here in it, and I get the message that perhaps the work experience has been less compared to Andrea. I get it that Emily might have less life experience, but perhaps this is the opportunity or a opportunity for Emily to gain some more of that work experience or life experience, if that's a concern, right? Because ultimately, I don't think that those items carry that much more significant weight than the actual skill set that they bring to this specific position. So I wouldn't put that much more significant weight on the fact that Emily has less, in your perspective, right? My perspective is different, but in your perspective, that she might have less work experience or life experience. So I wouldn't count that as a negative either. And I think in general, it is an instance here where we're not necessarily, and this is the last point that I want to raise, that we're not necessarily deciding who's better, right, in this instance.
Right.
We have to make a decision about who's moving forward. And in this case, we have two amazing candidates.
Right.
So how do we make that decision? And I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'll pass it on.
Yeah, and I do value
Hold on 1 second. Let me just make sure everybody, I'll come back to you, but did you have anything to add, Jean, at this time?
No.
I just wanted to provide one comment, which is, I think we have to be careful in regards to how we characterize folks that work from home. We don't know what their lifestyle is like, and I want to be careful not to inappropriately put people in buckets around what their lifestyle is like and what impact that they'll have because of the type of work that they do and how that's done. And I think to Councilmember Garcia's point, we don't know how much she might be in the field. She did allude to that most of her work is virtual during the interview, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't have that level of engagement that Councilmember Garcia spoke to. So I wouldn't knock her for that. And if anything, that provides an important perspective, I think, for the community. And she did articulate during her interview how active she is in using our Parks and Rec facilities and some of the ideas that she had associated with that and what she would bring forward if appointed.
Yeah, I just don't want it to hang that I'm making it out because she works virtual as necessarily a negative. I'm making the connection that she hasn't had that much experience beyond college. She's graduated in 2022, and she's worked for this company that is a virtual company. And I actually asked her a follow-up question in terms of, has she ever had any work in the field, or was it mostly what she's doing now? And it leaned towards the planning and not the physical field work. So she did answer that very well. But what I was alluding to in terms of the number of years of experience in the workplace for the variety of things that she has done since college is much less in terms of compared to Andrea. That's what I was focusing on.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and call the question. We have one more item to get to before we go into closed session here. So all of those so the motion is to support Andrea for the vacant Parks and Rec seat. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. So 2-2. I'm not sure if it's even worth continuing to try to find, I mean, unless somebody on the council feels like there's room for movement, I think maybe we just defer this item till we have the fifth council member and maybe not waste too much time at this point. Is that agreeable to everybody?
That's where I'm at.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue this item. Do we have to vote on that? Or are we good to just,
It can be by consensus.
is there consensus on that? Okay, I got it.
Meeting, is that?
To the next meeting, yes, please.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we'll go to item 11. Thank you again to all of the applicants and much gratitude to Andrea and Emily in being patient as we navigate this experience and trying to figure out how we move forward here. With item 11, we have authorized the city's participation in the State Water Resources Control Board hearing in support of Monterey Peninsula Water Management District's request to modify the California American Water Company cease and desist order, State Water Board Order WR 2016-0016 and WR 2009-0060. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
Great. And I'll pass it to our city attorney.
Okay, hopefully this will be a easy one for you all. It's the moment we've been waiting for months and months and months. You'll recall that in October of 2025, the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District filed a petition with the State Water Resources Control Board to modify the cease and desist order that was implemented in 2009. So as you know, the city has been operating under extreme water constraints since 2009. There's been a moratorium on the setting of new meters and intensification of use based on a change in use or zoning change. And that's affected the city's ability to increase jobs and produce housing, you name it. It's been a big hindrance. Also, as you know, because this council did support the management district in its petition and wrote a letter to the state asking for this modification to take place. And now it had sat for months. And then we finally heard in June that they are going to take up this item, and briefing is due July 20th. And so the purpose of having this item is, I think we understand the policy, but before my office or others start submitting briefs and declarations on behalf of the city, we need to make sure that the city council supports us taking that action. And of course, any of you as individuals could speak and participate in this hearing, but I also think it's impactful if we could submit a brief from my office and declarations from other city employees that explain why this water allocation from the management district is so important and why the setting of new meters should be authorized. So, and then again, I think it would be great if council members, all of you, or any of you wanted to attend either in person or virtually and have that ability to say you're speaking on behalf of the city of Monterey, not just in an individual capacity. So that's the request. We just want to make sure we can execute this policy officially.
Thank you, Kristen, for the presentation. Opening up to the council question.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think our position, we need to have representation, and I think we definitely have a lot at stake. I just want to clarify that part of the staff report tonight talks about the city's general plan housing element. I'm just going to read it so the public is aware of it. And it's on packet page 127. The city's general plan housing element program 2-K states, quote, support efforts by the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, MPWMD, the California American Water Company, CalAM, and the Marina Coast Water District, MCWD, to expand the water supply, including but not limited to future supply from the Pure Water Monterey Expansion Project and the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project Ocean Desalinization Plant, anticipated to become available by 2030. So I can support this as long as we are in alignment with that that doctrine that we have listed in the city's general plan. So I guess it's just a question that we don't deviate from the city's general plan.
Do you need an answer from staff?
Yeah, I'm getting a
more of like a policy decision.
We would participate to the extent that you're authorizing us to. So if there were specific things you wanted us to address or not address, that can be done. But this is the existing policy statement of the city, and that would be our intention, is to just follow that.
What page was that at?
It's packet page 127.
Thank you.
And that's referring to the city's general plan housing element program 2-K. And I think it's going to be a robust, there's going to be a lot of documents, a lot of letters, a lot of advocacy, a lot of perspectives that it's going to be out there in the community. And I think we're at this point where I just don't want to see a divided effort by the city council that takes on a carve out of CalAM's position of their desal plant. I think at this point, we're talking about a modification of the cease and desist. That's my focus. That's our effort. And I think that I can support this as long as we are not dividing something out and we're picking partners that we see as part of the solution. I think all of these are solutions for our position going forward for the future of Monterey and the CalAM district, because we need modification to move ahead with our housing, for business expansion, for economic development. And whether we have a desal plant that's opened by CalAM in 5 years or 8 years, we're not going to have a vote on that. That's going to happen at the state level.
Okay, any other questions? I guess I would just ask, is this something that we can bring into closed session, or this has to be done in open session?
Yes, because it's not, we're not involved in litigation.
I would hate to use this time now to try to wordsmith a document that I don't know what it would say. So I guess my question would be, before something gets submitted to the state, is that something that could be re-agendized so that we could have a look at it and have an input on what's being sent to the state on behalf of the city?
The deadline is the 20th, July 20th. And so there's no meetings between now and then. But part of what we're trained to do, at least in my office, is write and advocate on behalf of the city. We file briefs all the time that the council doesn't review or read. And so really it's just, if we have clear policy guidance, we should be able to reduce that to writing and not be astray of your desires. So I understand your concern.
I understand. I think kind of a little bit of a different angle than Vice Mayor Smith is bringing. I guess I want to be careful not to involve the conversation in the politics around desal. And of course, this is all embedded in that, but I want it to be purely focused on the goal at hand here, which is to try to get some relief from condition 2 and let that be the parameters and not try to give an impression that we're supporting the desal. I guess is what I want to be careful of.
So the desal, from what I gather from the notice sent to us by the State Water Resources Control Board, is a pretty narrow focus, and it's basically in support of the management district's petition saying they've developed this new water source, and this new water source has eliminated the need to have this moratorium on the setting of new meters and the other restrictions in condition 2. And so it's not really talking about the desal and what may or may not come of that. It's more focused on, hey, we have this new water supply. CalAm hasn't overdrawn in the last 4 or 5 years, I think. And so that would really be the focus. And from staff's perspective, I would obtain a declaration maybe from Kim Cole, someone from staff, to talk about the city manager, the constraints we have with businesses coming in and development of housing and things like that, just to give some real factual background on the need for this, and just support the water management district in getting what they're requesting accomplished, and nothing more than that. I don't think the board is entertaining anything outside of that more narrow scope.
Okay, I think for whatever it's worth, it may just be easiest, cleanest to just maybe avoid even bringing it up in whatever the city's response is at all, just to not show support or lack of support. I think just kind of leaving that conversation neutral and allowing the focus to be on what you just articulated, I think is I would be comfortable with. Please, I'll come back to you. I know you had a point.
And just to clarify, because I think council has varying opinions around this, and so do our constituents. So would it be appropriate, and this is more for the knowledge of the public, would it be more appropriate if each council member does have an opinion that strays away from what you'll be drafting, right, that each of us consult with you to see or determine whether we come to this hearing advocating as a council member or as an individual?
So I think what we're trying to solidify tonight, and the council's already done this in a letter that we sent on this matter in November of 2025, is to support the Water Management District's petition. So once we know what the city's position is, we can articulate that. And then if there's individual opinions that are different from that, we can't stop you from voicing those, but I'd ask that you just clarify, this isn't the city's position, this is my independent position. But again, I think if I were the board, I wouldn't want to hear a lot of stuff about desal when that's not really the purpose of the proceeding, and they probably would just get annoyed.
Well, and I'm sorry, hold on one second. Are you all set? Okay, Councilmember Rash, did you have any?
I don't have questions. I'll have a statement when it's statement.
Okay, yeah, and let's try to do that. I mean, I know we were kind of narrowing into a little bit of the debate there, but it was kind of tied to questions. So are you good with holding off for now?
I'm good with holding off.
Okay, thank you, Chrissy, again for that. Let's open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take those callers.
Gary, you can go first. Gary, we're not hearing anything. If you, you may need to adjust your sound settings.
Yes, this is Gary Curcio.
Yes, we hear you now.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and other council members, Gary Curcio tonight representing the Coalition of Peninsula Businesses. The coalition is actually a part of the originally filed lawsuit, and we have written to the State Water Resource Control Board absolutely supporting some type of easing of the cease and desist order. MCHA follows the coalition's position on that. I would just like to say, as Councilmember Smith stated, that in the coalition's position, absolutely entirely in favor of this relief, but not as using it as a tool to say that there's no longer desal required. I have to disagree with our city attorney on this one. It is actually a big piece of the puzzle, especially now that there are concerns, not right this minute, but down the road, of the availability of source water for M1 water. And the coalition is for all of these projects. Don't misunderstand. We want all of them to be successful. But if the source water is reduced for M1 water phase 2, the peninsula is going to face a tremendous water shortage without the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project. So again, just like to keep that in mind, and clearly both the coalition and MCHA are absolutely in favor of some type of relief of cease and desist. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Esther.
Yes, I can't believe we're finally at this point that there's actually conversation happening about getting rid of or loosening the cease and desist after so many years and it being such an obstacle. I don't know anybody that would oppose this. I mean, I just can't think of a single type of organization or person that could possibly oppose not getting rid of the cease and desist. I will put out there, though, that I do recommend if the city attorney's office has not considered or if it's appropriate to get support from County Supervisor Kate Daniels, Senator John Laird. I know that the two of them have been, very supportive of anything that has to do with housing and water over here. So I'm not sure if it would be appropriate for them to chime in on this, but that might hold some value in supporting what we're trying to accomplish as a city. So I just thought I'd put it out there. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you to both of our public commenters. We'll bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. I'll start with you, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I think it's, I think we're really at an agreement point. I think it's a nuance that the conversation about condition 2, for our position, is all about making the recommendation and making the case because of housing, because of economic development for our city and only our city, that we do advocate for mitigation. Now, there's going to be a lot of participants in this conversation, and there will be some that will have a position that carves Cal-Am out, and that's okay for them. I think our focus needs to be supporting the housing element that we have, that maintains that we recognize that we need more water and we need the condition 2 modified so that we can execute those two big things, housing and economic development. And there may be something that's mentioned in the case that says that Cal-Am, we are aware that Cal-Am is proceeding with a desal. We're not taking a position as a council supporting that. It's been very clear that there are not votes for that. And I don't think our city attorney is going to be writing documents that are advocating for that. But I think somewhere it's got to advocate that the entire portfolio of future water is what we're after so we can execute housing. And there's a lot of unknowns on phase 2. Source water, the farmers, Salinas. That's not what this argument's about. And I think that's not part of the legal communications that's going to happen. That case will be made by others. I think our case needs to be made through our city attorney that focuses on housing and economic development, and ties it to the fact that we need mitigation so we can see water meters installed in our city, so we can finally have some relief for housing and economic development. The water resources are smart people. They're going to make the references. They're going to make their inferences. They're going to read all the thousands of documents that are going to go through. They've already issued guidelines to CalAM's application process. The Coastal Commission's issued an A2 ruling. All the governmental agencies, the Lands Commission 2 weeks ago. So that's a different train that's going to operate on its own. And I don't see any connection for that.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, with that, we're going to take public comment on closed session agenda items. There's 3 items. Item 12 is closed session conference with real property negotiators related to 6 Fisherman's Wharf. 13 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation related to R. Moore versus City of Monterey. And 14 is conference with legal counsel deciding whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956 TAC 94, and it's 1 case. Opening up for public comment for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on any of these items, just ask that you sit up to the left of the podium. I see 2 takers. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Okay, or any of these items. All right, so we'll cut it off to the 2 in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Quincy Yaley. Thank you for having us. And I too played on the train at Dennis the Menace Park for many years. And I just wanted to thank you for considering a lease agreement tonight for our family. This is a full circle moment for us because my parents, Clark and Tasha Struve, along with Clay Larson and Sharon Larson, operated the captain's gig out of that same space for over 20 years, from when I was born until I was in college. And from the moment that each of us Struve or Larson children were legally old enough to work, we were dropped off at Fisherman's Wharf for a shift. We bussed tables, filled sodas, and washed dishes. And all of us kids, along with all of our friends, grew up working at Fisherman's Wharf and have many memories and stories of serving a lot of fried food. So much that after your shift, a shower was needed, not just a change of clothing. I haven't lived back here on the Monterey Peninsula since I was in high school, but recently my family, my husband Mike, and our 3 kids, one is actually out of the house, one got dragged along here tonight, have moved back here and are really excited about this amazing opportunity to continue the legacy of the gig, which is now Palooka's, forward to future generations. You can be sure that our kids will also be working there, hopefully along with their new friends, and doing exactly what we started doing when we were young, but at a much higher dining experience now than it was when we were younger. And we're really excited for Sal Tedesco to turn the space over to us and are eager to continue to serve residents and visitors to our beautiful Monterey Peninsula. Thank you so much for considering this tonight.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Yaley, and that's my beautiful wife, Quincy. I just wanted to introduce myself and thank you for the opportunity to potentially be assigned the lease that will hopefully be renewed tonight. I look forward to bringing my career's worth of leadership in hospitality and food service to the wharf. I know how important, having visited here for 27 years, once I met my lovely wife in 1999 and actually going to the captain's gig several times before they sold it to Sal, who was their manager at the time. So when she talks about a full circle moment, this is really cool that he's now riding off into the sunset and giving it back to the family that gave him the opportunity. So we're excited, as she said, to have our kids come and work there, for this to be part of our life and for us to provide the hospitality that's so important to the city out there on the wharf. And you can be assured that we will exceed expectations, because my whole career has been exceeding customers' expectations, and I don't expect to do anything less. And thank you for the opportunity.
What's your son's name here?
That is Jackson.
Jackson, are you ready to start working? Yeah. Yeah, okay, he's ready for it. I
He's
love
ready.
it.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on closed session items, and we'll go ahead and recess until our evening session. So thank you, everybody, for being here.
We're breaking for dinner, right? Oh, we are, okay.
Katie, 7 p.m.
Sorry, again?
7 p.m. for coming back.
7 p.m. Smith to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the States of America, to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thanks, Ed. With that, we'll continue general public comment from the afternoon session. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on non-agendized items. So if it's not on the agenda, this is your opportunity to speak to the council. How the process for public comment works for this item and all subsequent items is we identify the public speakers at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those individuals are identified, we close it off and then only those people will be able to speak. So if you try to raise your hand after the cutoff, unfortunately, we won't be able to have you speak. Everybody has an opportunity, but you have to identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. Thank you. We did 2 minutes in the afternoon, so we'll continue that for the evening session. So I'll start with folks on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you can navigate your way to the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment? Not seeing any takers, so cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and give them their 2 minutes.
We have a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 902.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. The Monterey Herald on Sunday stated that AT&T and the FCC are ending landlines and only grandfathering existing ones. I've asked the FCC to confirm this as it would violate FCC process. However, if you want a landline, order it now before July 19th. If AT&T customer service won't do this, call the CPUC Consumer Affairs Branch. They can help make AT&T comply with their obligations. Landlines are lifelines and the only reliable source of communication in power outages and during disasters. More information is on savelandlines.org and MontereyBayMatters.org. The sites also have information on AT&T applications to the FCC to eliminate CPUC oversight and California regulations. They have a comment deadline today, but a reply comment deadline July 22nd, so there's more time. Secondly, U.S. military integration with the Israeli military was put into the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act in Section 219. It mandates that the State Department, Commerce Department, and heads of other relevant federal departments and agencies cooperate with their Israeli counterparts for the purpose of consolidating U.S. and Israeli military activities in order to align efforts and avoid duplication. Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey wrote a resolution to strip Section 219 from the NDAA. Dennis Kucinich has written extensively on the negative consequences, how it is unconstitutional, against U.S. sovereignty, and completely against the security interest of Americans. That would affect us in Monterey at the Naval Postgraduate School, Research Lab, and Fleet Numerical, Fort Hunter Liggett, Camp Roberts, the SATCOM facility, and DoD offices here. The Pentagon Defense Intelligence Agency has identified the Israeli military as a counterintelligence threat, and the UN just released a report on the Israeli government's intentional targeting and killing of children. I request that the city support the Khanna-Massey resolution and ask our congressional representatives to support that resolution as well. Lastly, the U.S. DOJ proposes to eliminate the separation of church and state doctrine. The new DOJ Religious Liberty Commission just released a draft report with many recommendations and stating their intention to eliminate that doctrine. July 13th is the deadline for public comments.
I apologize, you went past your time limit, and I will call the next caller, which has the last 3 digits of 874. For other caller, you'll need to dial *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, this is Daniel Medeiros. I'm calling for 3 different reasons. One, complaints about the trees behind right where you're sitting right now. There's a tree grove with trees that are over 300 years old. They kind of represent the city of Monterey. You see it in the picture when you see the city of Monterey logo, it shows the great grand trees. And unfortunately, these trees are some of the tallest trees in the whole entire city, and they're scheduled to be cut down. The entire grove is supposed to be removed. And it's unfair that many people don't know this is happening. And it's unfair. It's not right that an entire grove should be removed to make way for a project coming through that's already been approved. That's probably too late to make a change on that. However, I want to talk about lack of oversight by Officer Rory, who is supposed to be writing tickets, who does not write tickets to violators, and it makes it very difficult for people with people that have a street vendor permit. And the rules are not maintained, followed. There's no set structure. He shows up for 20 minutes and probably gets billed for a couple hours, just like earlier when the gentleman said that the city bills for hours at a time when really they do 20 minutes of work and probably 3 hours of paperwork just to get payment for the city. It's unfair that it's not right that the city of Monterey has a worker, Rory, who's supposed to be writing tickets. And when you request him to write a ticket on violations, there's probably been a few times. There's probably been 40 times where I've requested tickets to be written and not a single one has been looked at. People that play music, people that break the rules, but yet there's no set structure by enforcement. It's not good that you have an enforcement officer who does not enforce the rules. It makes the city's job look very much like a failure. And I also want to acknowledge overpayment. Is my time up or do I have time still?
Yes, your time is up. Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you for the public commenters. We'll bring it back to the council. At this point, we'll do announcements from closed session, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item heard in closed session was a conference with real property negotiators pertaining to 6 Fisherman's Wharf Suite C. And the agency negotiators, it was Janet Aldretti, and negotiating parties, Salvatore Tedesco, over the price and terms of payment for assignment of a lease and lease extension. On a unanimous roll call vote with Councilmember Barber absent, confidential direction was given to real property negotiators. The next item was conference with legal counsel for existing litigation. And the case title is Moore versus the City of Monterey Workers' Compensation Appeals Board hearing case. And on a unanimous roll call vote with Councilmember Barber absent, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. And the last matter was conference with legal counsel deciding whether to initiate litigation. And on a unanimous roll call vote with Councilmember Barber absent, direction was given to join in writing, signing on to an amicus brief prepared by other Bay Area and Central Coast local governments in support of plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction in the case titled County of Santa Clara and State of California versus United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement et al., Northern District of California, case number 526-CV-05604, and this is pertaining to the construction of an ICE detention facility in Santa Clara County. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Chrissy. With that, we'll go to our public appearance items for this evening. Item 15 is to provide guidance concerning 26-27 Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program objectives and priorities. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll bring up our senior engineer, Reggie Paulding, to provide the presentation for this item.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. We'll be presenting a short, brief presentation, and then I'll be here for questions. As you know, we just completed the prior NCIP cycle, and we're starting anew for the 26-27 program. And in the agenda packet, you have the upcoming schedule for the project or for the program. And a key date to keep in mind is August 15th, which is the revised date to submit applications for projects. So just a quick brief reminder, NCIP program was created to preserve the uniqueness of Monterey in the mid-'80s. And the funding for that program comes from TOT tax, hotel tax, and that's currently at 12%. So sorry, rewind here. I'm going in the wrong direction. In the budget, the current fiscal year budget, NCIP committee recommended $3.5 million from the NCIP fund go to the general fund to support the city. We estimate $6.2 million in TOT revenue going into the fund. You subtract that 3.5, we have roughly 600,000 in unappropriated fund balance, which is offset by roughly 600,000 in expenses, which leaves us 2.7 million in change in funding available for projects this coming cycle. Just as a status update on where we are with projects in the program, going back to 2023 when we kind of restarted the program following COVID. We currently have roughly 70 projects in progress or not started and a budget of 22 million. In the last 4 years, we've completed 51 projects across the city, and we added 11 new projects last year, which gives us the 70 count. So we're here tonight to kind of kick off the season, so to speak, and to get city council input on kind of projects that you would like to see from the public and the NCIP committee to recommend to the council for next round of projects. So with that, the city staff are bringing forward a number of recommendations that are needed and supported by staff. Starting with Fire Station 12 renovations, we have an additional need for $100,000 for a swing space, which would include temporary dorms, facilities for the firefighters for their turnout gear, showers, and other support facilities at Hilltop Park Center, while Fire Station 12 is under renovation. We have citywide public restroom repairs that are needed. Recreation trail retaining wall is in need of repair. ADA improvements throughout the city. Forest management, fuel reduction. Utility undergrounding, if you recall, we started a fund, so to speak, kind of build that up, and we're currently at approximately $2.75 million in that, or 2.75 million. Hilltop Park Center may need some additional funding. That currently has $2 million in the fund. We're working on getting bids for the roof. That's going to be step one in this renovation project at Hilltop. So, and this all ties to Fire Station 12 in that we'd like to get the roof work finished before we need to set up the swing space and coordinate those two projects. And then we have Elistero Park Center in need of renovations, Chelsea Park Center, and both wharfs, and specifically Wharf 2. So I think that is the overarching presentation. Like I said, I'm available for any questions that you might have.
All right, are there any questions from the council? Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Reggie, for the presentation. My first question was relating to the first item on the list of priority projects, Fire Station 12 and swing space at Hilltop. Thank you for clarifying that, how those two are related. So in staff's perspective, Hilltop would be able to accommodate Monterey Fire during the upgrades or repairs to Fire Station?
Yes, so we've done several walkthroughs, including with the fire department personnel, and they've worked. We've involved the Parks Department, Fire Department, and Public Works, and outside contractors. We've evaluated the available space, and it is sufficient for what the fire department needs.
Great, thank you. In terms of the citywide public restroom repairs, that's specifically for repairs and upgrades only, correct? Like no net new installation of restrooms?
Correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the recreation trail retaining wall, would you be able to remind me? I thought there was a conversation around possibly Presidio being able to support with that, or am I just?
No, you're correct, but they're two separate projects.
Okay.
So the Presidio U.S. Army project is on the lighthouse curve up above where the cars, the roadway and the sidewalk. What we're referring to here with the recreation trail is the walkway path that's closer to the cliff.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Reggie, I'm curious about the citywide public restrooms and repairs and upgrades. Is there a price tag that's associated with that?
Not off the top of my head. I know we have a facility assessment. I don't know if you want, we have facility assessments and we can pull together a price tag, but I would argue it's in the multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars total price.
Okay. And the same question, do we have an assessment on the lighthouse curve retaining wall?
We do not currently, no.
And then also the Americans with Disability, that's just basically a general need that is open, but I imagine those dollars are.
Well, that's multiple millions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the force management and fuel reduction over the last 3 NCIP cycles, we've averaged about $1 million, haven't we?
More than $1 million.
More than
yeah, we did 1.8 million, I think, 2 years ago, 1.25 million this previous cycle.
Okay.
And then that's paired with, the matching funds from CAL FIRE.
Right. Okay. And going down the list, you said one of the accounts was a $2 million balance. What account was that?
That's the undergrounding.
Okay.
Right. So that's that project for undergrounding.
So that's 2 million or 2.75?
I can tell you exactly. It is for undergrounding $2,748,573.
Okay. So 2.75. And then the Elstero Park Center facility improvements, do we have any idea what that amount is and what level of the scope would be for Elstero Park Center?
So the scope for El Estero is pretty comprehensive. I mean, everything from roof to kitchen and other facilities. I don't know if Shannon, but I mean, we do have a facility assessment on that building as well.
Okay.
So we can pull that up. I mean, so in the last 3 years or so, we had a contractor do facility assessments on all the city buildings. Okay. So we do have that information.
Okay, and then again on the list, Schultze Park Center, we don't have a price that's quoted here.
No, not off the top of my head. But they recently redid a significant portion of the roof on that building.
Okay. That's the only questions I have right now.
Nope. Do we have an estimated price tag for all of staff's asks? Like an estimate of what we're looking at?
It would exceed the available funds. 100. Yeah, absolutely. If that's the question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it might be helpful as a deciding person to have something that's within the bounds of what's available as opposed, so how do we choose? And I imagine that a lot of these projects are tied to the capital improvement program. And so with that, there's built-in prioritization of projects. And I wonder how this all fits into that.
This is all interwoven into a much bigger conversation. And I was talking with Kurt before the meeting. I think we have to find a way to in some existing projects, bring some of that funding back into the portfolio, tie that into what we currently need to do, and find a way to move the whole thing forward. I mean, it's a much, much larger project.
Thank you. I just want to add some context that we're also looking for example, the restrooms. We do have a facility condition assessment. So maybe we focus on the one restroom that's the worst. I think during our state of the infrastructure, we showed part of the wall and one of the Kearney Row restrooms is kind of deteriorating really rapidly. So maybe we focus on, and again, we're here looking for guidance from council. So maybe focus on the worst restroom. It doesn't mean we have to do everything. So maybe we can look at the facility condition assessment and focus on the most urgent items, the most deteriorated items, and some of the things that we can at least try and catch up.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. When I look at the website, it still shows that it's the deadline for submitting projects is July 31st of 25, but when you click on the form, it shows fiscal year 26, 27. Have we received any project submittals to date this fiscal year?
A few, not very many.
Okay.
Less than 10.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. So with that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody on the in the chamber wish to speak on this item, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium.
On any item or the ones you did?
This item specifically,
The
the NCIP. The item that we're
Agenda.
considering right now.
Is that including the roundabout?
No.
Oh,
Anybody else in the chamber that's not standing that wants to speak on this item? All right, so we'll cut it off to the 3 that are standing. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 5 on Zoom. Sorry, I almost said Teams because that's what I use for work. And we'll go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and start in the chamber.
My name's Kurt Tipton, and I wrote you.
Just one second, Kurt, I just want to tell our broadcast team that we're showing something on the document camera. If you could please include that in the feed. Thank you.
I'm talking about the display boat at the front of Fisherman's Wharf. That's what our visitors are seeing. This is the 3rd boat that we've had. It started in 1970, and this has lead paint, and it's chipping. It's in disaster. We need to replace this. And I think last year this was on the NCIP, and we can probably replace it for $150,000 to $200,000. And perhaps, Dante, you can talk to the old Fisherman Wharf Association and get them to do part of the maintenance rather than having the city try to do the maintenance on this, because obviously trying to upkeep this boat is not going to be cheap. So, or find a replica that's not an old boat, but maybe fiberglass or something that would look better than what we have now. So I'm asking council to please go ahead and make this a priority. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, City Attorney, City Manager. I'm Vice Chair of the NCIP. I would hope that the guidance that you folks deliver to us is general. We don't have all of the submissions in, and who knows, there may be some great ideas out there that come in before August 15th. And I believe the last year we've shown that we are pretty darn responsible, having funded a number of things for the city and funded the $3.5 million to help with the budget shortfall. So I think we're a pretty wise group that can bring appropriate recommendations to council for their ultimate approval. So I'd appreciate general guidance like health and safety, forest, et cetera, like we've usually had, rather than specific project guidance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cora Pancherod. I'm a resident of Old Town, and I just wanted to advocate in your guidance that you request that the NCIP recommend products that are improvements to quality of life and investments in third spaces, especially with the affordability crisis that we're seeing. I know there's a lot of people in our community who would love to go have fun in our community without spending a few $100s. That's all. Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, first I'll call on Chris.
Hello, Chris Richardson from the Police Association. First, I'd like to thank the council for approving the $500,000 in NCIP funding for improvements to the police department. That investment acknowledges what many have recognized for years, that our building needs attention. I'd ask you to continue identifying additional funding to address the remaining deferred maintenance that this initial investment simply won't cover. Our building is very old. Our population has doubled since the PD was built, and it's much smaller than our police department is much bigger than it used to be. The 2017-18 Monterey County Civil Grand Jury found that our facility creates operational inefficiencies and no longer reflects the size and needs of the police department. Nearly a decade later, those findings are still true. While much of the approved funding will likely address our long overdue locker room deficiencies and many other issues will remain. The building has peeling exterior paint, rusting eaves, potholes throughout the parking lot, doors that swell with weather that routinely need adjustment, and an HVAC system that sometimes leaves the inside of the building hotter than the outside. We've also outgrown this facility. Our investigations division is working out of an aging portable, and we've had to place Connex boxes in the parking lot to store evidence because we've run out of space. These conditions also affect recruitment. Every agency in our region is hiring, and applicants compare more than salary. Modern facilities demonstrate that the city values its employees. Unfortunately, as one of the oldest and most visibly worn police facilities in the region, it makes it harder for Monterey to compete. With Measure D not passing, it's even more important to be good stewards of the facility we have. Investing in deferred maintenance today protects the city asset and avoids greater costs tomorrow, and provides a workplace that reflects professionalism for those who serve our community. So I respectfully ask that you continue investing more money through NCIP funds to further improve the condition of our current police department, as there's no other way to get a new police department currently with the fiscal situation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom.
Hello there, this is Tom Reeves. I agree with what Dennis Duke had to say about broadening your priorities rather than having specific projects being listed. And I'm one of the people who turned in a nomination, and one of my nominations is to allocate $1 million towards affordable workforce housing. A number of you on the council have said an awful lot about trying to help the affordability crisis on the peninsula, but you've really done nothing about it other than a rental registry, which is largely ineffective. So don't limit yourself to just those specific projects. Another observation I have is that it seems like NIP projects are languishing even though they're fully funded. And by fully funded, I mean there's money in there for the design of them. Yet while other projects that the council didn't even ask for, such as the next item on your agenda, the traffic circle, have had attention paid to them and designs prepared. So why is that? Why can't these NIP projects get out the door and get designed? And lastly, you have control over the projects that are approved. So if a project comes to you that looks like it's going to be maintenance intensive, you have the ability not to approve them. I, once upon a time, had a project that was to add a caboose to Dennis and Menace Park's train, and you didn't approve it. And for a good reason. It was going to be additional maintenance. So you hold the keys to this. You don't have to approve projects that come to you that may end up having a large maintenance obligation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a telephone caller. You can go ahead.
This is Nina Beatty, and I just want to say the city's not cutting off the mic for in-person commenters and never has. The city is unlawfully refusing to give me ADA accommodation so I can be present in hearings and not be cut off. So I'd appreciate the same consideration as for the in-person commenters. Your agenda report states, despite the daunting nature of this funding gap, city staff are striving for transparency and emphasizing the challenge should not be deferred to future generations, et cetera, et cetera. The city has suffered from a lack of transparency, internal agendas not disclosed to the public, failure to follow state and Monterey rules, relationships with special interests, and inaccuracy and omissions. This is a long-standing problem with the city. Why would transparency start now? I again remind the council of city staff's misuse of Measure S&P funds and failing to notify the public in closing Calle Principal when only city insiders knew about it. The traffic circle is another example with no notification to residents and fully funded. Unless there's an external and historical audit by an independent entity not connected to the city, the state of city spending and past spending can't be verified. NCIP is the rare exception for the residents actually to have a voice in determining what needs to be done in the neighborhoods. And I agree with the prior speaker with NCIP being a wise voice. The city should not be dictating how the NCIP acts. This is taking money from the NCIP program and using it for general funds that should have been expended years ago instead of the vanity projects the city has undertaken. And I also want to call out the Forest and Vegetation Management Project, which is worsening the risk of forest fires while destroying habitat and killing wildlife. This is not, under the current regime, under the current theoretical background, this is not a viable project that's helping Monterey. And the state of the fire department, the state of the police department, these should have been taken care of years ago, and they have not. So I think it's up to the NCIP program to continue as it is, using their wisdom and not dictating. Thank you.
And our last speaker is from the Monterey Firefighters.
Hi, everybody. My name is Phil Bazuska. I'm president of the Monterey Firefighters Association. We represent about 75 men and women who work in the fire stations in Monterey, Carmel, Pacific Grove, and the Monterey Regional Airport. Just like to relay our thanks to city staff, the council, and the members of the NCIP committee for your diligence in combing through the numerous needs of the city. Speaking on behalf of our men and women to voice support for additional funding for Fire Station 12 in New Monterey. The station at 582 Hawthorne Street was built in the early 1950s and is in dire need of maintenance. As we peel back the layers on this building, it's my understanding that the scope of the facility needs have expanded. Additional funding will ensure that Fire Station 12 is functional well into our future, and our firefighting crews are able to provide effective emergency response during the construction work. Thank you all for your consideration.
That's me.
Thank you, and I misspoke. There was still one more speaker.
Okay,
It is
I-
Esther.
okay.
So Esther, you can go ahead.
Thanks, Clementine. I wanted to make a couple of points regarding some of the comments that were made. First of all, I want to correct Dennis's comment that nothing has been done for affordable housing by the city council. We have 100% affordable housing going up behind City Hall, and that is because of the city council. So that is an incorrect statement. I want to support Chris Richardson's comments that we do have to continue helping out the police department. I've been advocating for that for a decade and a half at this point, and conditions have gotten worse than when I started that long ago. Lastly, I want to comment on NCIP project that for my neighborhood, Laguna Grande, has been in the process for a while. I wanted to point out that I've actually recommended to NCIP members and people who submit projects to try and find alternative funding for some projects, which I want to say I have been doing with the workout equipment project that was passed by NCIP a couple of years ago. It was unanimously passed by all the members and ranked the highest project of that cycle. And understanding that that is a nice to have and not a need to have project, we have made the effort and have been working on and having some serious encouragement on getting grants and nonprofits to fund this project for us. So I am continuing to work on this. I am saying this as an example to others who have projects that they might want to try and follow this example. And I am very encouraged that we can make this happen at minimal cost and effort from the city if we get the cooperation that we need. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for all those that provided public comment on this item. With that, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Please, Councilmember Smith.
So Reggie was bringing something up, and I'm not sure if we really got a sense of what he was saying. So I want to pose this question. Was staff offering an option that maybe we need to go through or have NCIP go through projects that are dated, sitting on the list, funded, but one would ask the question, if we haven't done it in 6 years, are we ever really going to do that, and is it viable? So I need to hear from staff. Are we satisfied that we have before us the 70 projects? I think there's 70 in the inventory. 70 projects, they're funded, and we look at those 70, and some would say, why are they still on the list? And have we gone through those 70, and has NCIP weighed in on whether or not those should be identified as not doable, no longer relevant, beyond the scope of approved money? I mean, I need to probe this dilemma. Unless somebody's going to propose on the 15th of August buying a series of money trees, what we're really talking about is a great number of, we have dollars in equity, approved projects. We can only get to 10 to 15 projects a year, and many of those projects remain. Are we satisfied that all 70 of those should continue to remain? Or is there an opportunity where we ask the question, are some of those no longer viable to still remain a project?
There are projects. So let me rewind. So the NCIP committee did this exercise in last winter at the request of City Council.
Yes.
Right. So the committee went through and they reviewed projects. So that work, a lot of that work has been done. There are projects that are stalled. No secret, right? There are projects that are stalled. And there are projects that could be removed from the program. That is true. I mean, so that's what I mean. There has to be, it's not my decision to make, right? I think the committee needs to make recommendations to the City Council. The City Council should make that decision.
Okay, so does our manual allow us to ask that question, or does it have to be a form of an agenda item that the City Council acts on and directs NCIP? I mean, because, help me out with the mechanics of this. We've both identified an opportunity. How do we move our policy in alignment to solve that problem and act on the recommendation that NCIP did with their work? And then maybe others.
Well, I think the path exists. I don't know. I can feel Dennis. The path exists to do what the community decides to do.
Okay.
Right. I think the path exists, and as I understand, there's a joint meeting on the agenda for August.
Okay.
Where the council and NCIP can have this discussion.
Okay.
So I personally don't believe that there's a limitation.
Okay. So maybe it's a primer for us to say, okay, we think we're going to have this conversation again, and maybe we're going to have more specific recommendations from NCIP. that they might identify what's still hanging out there.
That would be my hope.
Okay? Okay. I want to go into a couple other things, but I don't want to cut off anybody else on the council that might want to have
Was Dennis
questions of Reggie.
itching to say something?
Well, why don't you finish, and then we'll go down the line.
Okay, so thank you, Reggie, appreciate it. So I want to just address what I think our task is to do tonight, which is you want to hear from the council about input for the NCIP to have some sense of what we're thinking before they go into their process.
Correct. And I would say larger for, say, the public to have that guidance prior to the August 15th submission deadline.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay, so I think what's helpful is that staff gave us a list, and we just went through that. But what's hard is that we don't have the specific dollars of those amounts. I don't want to get involved in going down the list. I have a letter that Mr. Tipton provided that's great guidance. The staff work is great guidance. But for me, my priority is generally and in broad terms, health and safety, resident serving such as recreation parks like the Solicitor Ballpark. I mean, I think we've well known that that's identified, and some money has been budgeted, but it's a shortfall because it's got more work. So that sort of falls in the resident serving interest that I have. And then that category, and I don't know how else to write it, but I said it's preventative, where if we act on it now, sooner, we would reduce future costs. In other words, fix it as soon as we can rather than delaying it because the costs will be greater. And I don't know what you would call that in project management, but identify what needs to be fixed and fix it before it costs us greater amounts. So that's kind of my general thinking of where I'm at. But I like the idea that the smart people in NCIP get together and are very creative and can work around the structure and the loose guidance of things like public safety, resident serving, and preventative measures to save us money in the future. So I'll pass.
Okay, please.
So if you would, Reggie, and staff, I think I'd like a little bit of help just confirming information that I think I know, but please correct me if I'm wrong. So in my understanding of this whole process, NCIP, through its own process, identifies projects, then makes the recommendation that the list of recommendations that then come to council for deliberation. Then, and in this context, in what we're trying to address here tonight, staff has taken that list and identified the list of projects that, based on the budget that we have, the figures that you shared earlier, and looking at the needs, the very specific needs, staff has now created a list that's a priority list of, I think it's 9 items. Is that correct?
Sort of. So the list that you have, the list that I presented, like I said before, exceeds the amount of money available, right? So the list wasn't formed to meet or match the funding. And that's where the committee would have to come in and rank the projects, and then council would select or appropriate funding for those projects. But otherwise, I would say, and projects can come from anywhere, right? So these projects were necessarily from the public, but they're from, say, city staff that know that these facilities are in need.
Got it. So these are projects that some were on the NCIP list, but some weren't.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And could you talk then a little bit about how, and let's use the list of 9 projects, like what was that thinking? Like how did you figure out, I don't know, the ADA is a priority. We know it's a priority, but what was that thinking? Like for
the list.
whole-
Well, I mean, I say it's multifaceted in that, yes, we all know ADA is a priority, and it's, like I said, multi-million-dollar, right, backlog of projects that need to be done across the city. We also know that, unfortunately, there's limited to no CIP funding, so the only funding available would be through the NCIP program to manage those, needs. So specifically ADA is put on the list almost every year, right, in some capacity in order to, say move the ball down the field, to use the sports cliche, right? But to get something done, it's added to the list with the hopes, right, that we can make some progress like we did last year with the library project, right? So library got funding, that's on the list. That'll address some specific ADA needs for the library.
Got it. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
So a lot of the list is reoccurring topics that circulate through NCIP and the community and have risen to the top. And we're also going to have mandates on the ADA, so they're a hot topic right now, and they're going to have to be addressed. I like the list. We've looked at it for years now, and I'm sure we can get to some of those projects. NCIP is well functioning. Despite the abuse we put on it, they come back every year looking good and doing great work and knowing how to do it. So they're going to function well. The usual health, safety, infrastructure, ADA. But I would also like to point out something that Tom Reeves has been espousing. He mentioned it in front of council, I think a few months ago, and in front of NCIP a couple times last year. And that's to keep in mind that right in our charter, the Monterey City Charter Amendment on Neighborhood and Community Projects Program, Measure B, this is from the full text. If you go to D, it says that the committee shall recommend a list of capital improvements desired to be accomplished in each neighborhood. Recommendations may include multi-year projects and funding. And Tom has reminded us of that. And I would suggest that that might be a new concept that it's really time to get fertile about. That we might have some infrastructure projects that we could achieve in 4 or 5 years. The wharf comes to mind. That we could do more long distance planning, which is completely allowed right in the charter language. So I would encourage that great idea that Tom keeps leading us to. I think maybe it's time for NCIP to see if there's some opportunity there. Thank you.
So a couple of thoughts. I know that even tonight, there was some project proposals that were suggested by members of the public. And I think that the process is set up in a way that allows us to consider those projects through the NCIP process. And pretty much the council accepts the recommendations that come from the NCIP. So I would encourage those folks that are pushing for those projects to submit project proposals. I would also push back against the idea that the NCIP process is the only time for the public to engage with the city. And I can't remember who made the comment, but the project that was alluded to was this Madison Herman Drive intersection being prioritized. City staff isn't just focused on NCIP projects. There's a whole slew of things that are happening in the city of Monterey that city staff are trying to be responsive to. So when it seems like something is moving faster than maybe an NCIP project, it's because staff is trying to juggle a lot of different balls in the air, and how do we prioritize these different efforts? But all these projects, all these processes are public, transparent processes. So as we see tonight, the next item on the agenda, we're bringing back an item that the council has already decided on, and we'll have that discussion subsequently. But we have public meetings. All of our funding is approved in a public setting. There's nothing done behind closed doors unless it's statutorily required. And so I guess I just push back against that idea a little bit. It is a really great public participation tool, but it's not the only tool. So I just wanted to kind of push back a little bit there because we're engaging in a discussion that is in a public meeting. I think that's all I wanted to say for that part. I think tied to the projects and this overall feedback about how we move forward. Thank you, NCIP, for supporting the $3.5 million to help support the shortfall in the deficit for this current fiscal year's budget. Very helpful towards addressing the needs. As everybody in this room probably knows, Measure D failed, which would have brought an additional $4.5 million. This afternoon, we accepted the votes, the vote results for the Prop 218 regarding the stormwater fee. That failed. That would have brought in close to another $1 million. So really, our deficit is probably looking thicker and thicker as we go along here. And I'm just really concerned that our main focus needs to be lasered in on addressing the deficit and what that means. And so when we're having conversation around how do we consider more nice to haves, I feel like we're spending energy in a space that is taking away from energy that we could be putting towards solving the elephant in the room. And very much driven behind that is our infrastructure. So if I were to offer any suggestion in regards to a prioritization of projects, it's things that meet our capital improvement needs, because we have engineers that we pay pretty decent salaries to and benefits that help us look across the city around where there are needs. And we didn't fund the CIP at all in this year's budget. That's concerning. What led us here is concerning. We've kicked the can down the road for far too long. Are we going to continue to kick the can down the road and have the community go through this process of entertaining more nice to have projects? I'm just concerned about it. I don't want to get in the way of the democratic process and allowing the NCIP committee to engage with the community and have the community consider projects. I just don't know if right now is the time. So I would offer a suggestion and ask for the council to consider, like, why don't we look at doing a pause? We have seen in the presentation tonight, in 23, there was a backlog of 35. In 24, there was a backlog of 54. In 25, there was a backlog of 80. Fortunately, in 26, it went down 10, it went to 70, but that was only because there was 11 projects added to the list, which is unusual for the NCIP. And this is a conversation that we've had over and over again around the NCIP, which is this part of the issue is that we have this huge backlog that we're not solving. So what I would offer or suggest is, why don't we look at allowing staff to dedicate their time and energy towards maybe getting more projects across the finish line that have already been approved, that community members have dedicated so much time and energy for. NCIP members, people that are applying that have been approved for these projects. I feel like we're almost going to start repeating what happened prior to COVID. So why don't we take a pause there and maybe try to find a way of utilizing the funds? It seems like there's more than plenty of projects that we can fulfill from the capital improvement program. I would like to hear more from staff around how we prioritize that, if there is a effort or desire to utilize that funds. And let's just go with that, as opposed to having this whole process where we're getting everybody spun up for when I don't think everybody's fully kind of allowed it to sink in regards to the impacts of the deficit and what's to come. So I would hate for us to go down this process and then something happens later in the fiscal year and everybody's like, oh crap, we should find ways to cut and make sure that we're not getting rid of our employees. Because by the way, the last thing we should do in regards to addressing the deficit is getting rid of employees. We need to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to retain the talent that we have in the city that supports all of the wonderful programs that our community gets to enjoy. So I'm going on, but I feel like it has to be said because if there's an opportunity that we have now to help prioritize our energy as a city, as neighbors. I know that we all care and we're passionate about making a difference and making an impact. I just ask us to make sure that we're thinking about the deficit and what the impacts are associated with that. So that is my comments. Please.
I sort of know that we're constrained by how we've set up the agenda. I feel like NCIPs probably would love to be able to say something else. Would it be appropriate to ask a representative from NCIP to just give us a little indication of what's going to happen on August 15th and what they may need between now and the joint meeting? I'm not asking them to respond back to us, but I'm asking them to maybe, do they need a minute to walk us through and tell us what are they going to come back with on the 18th? Because on the timeline, it is modified and it's presented by our staff, Reggie. 8/15 is the project nomination deadline. And then the 18th, they are going to join us back here with a joint city council meeting, a regular city council meeting. So between now and the 15th and the 18th, I'd love to know what the NCIP leadership is thinking.
I don't know, excuse me, Chrissy, if we can like open it up for just one person to speak. I think we would have to open it up for everybody if I.
I just feel like, we've got these fine folks here that are representing NCIP. I know that we've heard in part from some in the NCIP. I just kind of feel like this process is incomplete. Would the council entertain an opportunity to open it up for a limited time of no more than 6 minutes?
But then everybody that wants to speak, that 6 minutes will be divided up amongst them. And so they
Yes.
might only get 30 seconds.
I think that would be appropriate because I think there's selected members of NCIP that are going to want to speak.
I mean, I'm fine opening it back up and just limiting the public comment to a minute.
Okay, I'd go with that.
Are you guys good with that? All right, let's open it back up for.
And I would suggest that we start with the vice chair of NCIP.
Well, however, we're going to follow the same process that we've always followed. So if the vice chair of NCIP happens to be the first one in line in the chamber, then he would be the first one. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function, and I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, we have one taker. Anybody else? All right, well, that's that. I guess you're the first and the last. So,
Yes.
All right, we'll cut it off to the one. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All righty, Mr. Duke.
I'd love to flirt with violating the Brown Act.
Oh, I'm sorry. Cut off. There's 3 on Zoom. Okay, good.
So the comment about consider multiple opportunities and multiple years of funding, that's exactly what we did with the Windermere $1 million project that was taken in the COVID take. I got that funding for that project that was necessary in $271,000 increments to get up to the number that was needed to do the project, and then it went away. Currently, the undergrounding, we are doing that as a once-a-year additional stipends as A, B, C, D, E, F, G kind of additions to that so that we can get to the money that we need to be able to match the PG&E funding. As to the issue of looking at projects and seeing whether or not they ought to be defunded, that's been something I've been pushing the last 2 years and will continue to push. And the committee has heard from me that that's something that we want to do. If I can't build it, I don't want to keep the money, and we're going to need it for other things. The meeting earlier that we had on NCIP, Reggie presented nearly $2 million worth of overruns that we are going to have to figure out a way to fund in addition to anything else. So we have to be pretty darn creative. And I think we have a good group to do it. And I think we need to have the freedom to be able to do those things.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Our first speaker is Tom.
Yes, the multi-year funding idea that I've spoken about in the past is actually different from what's been done, which is, as Dennis just described, it's so many dollars approved each and every year. What my concept is, say it's $1 million for 5 years. So it's already pre-approved for a stretch of 5 years, $1 million per year. There's no more discussion at the NIP committee or the city council. It's automatically approved. When projects are defunded, that money goes back to the NIP funds. I think there's maybe some mistaken thought that this money will become available in the general fund. It won't. It goes back to the NIP fund. And all these discussions seem like we're trying to make a camel out of a horse. It's the NIP is what the NIP is. And really what you're trying to do here is you're trying to force the NIP to do something that you want to have done. And it's really the committee who gets to decide that. Thank you.
Esther is the next speaker.
Hi, I just wanted to make a point that I like that Councilmember Smith highlighted resident needs or as one of the priorities. And I think he said resident serving. And he also mentioned Solicito Park, which Solicito Park gets a lot of money and attention from the city staff and funding. And Laguna Grande Park is still struggling to try and get our project done. And I'm working on all these creative nonprofit avenues. But I would submit that continuing to give money repeatedly to the same park without spreading out the funding is not okay. So I want to put that on the record because I agree with resident issues being important, especially health related. Thank you.
And from the Firefighters Association, you can go ahead.
Hi, this is Philip Azuski again. Just wanted to offer appreciation for Mayor Williamson's thoughtful consideration of preserving our talent here at the City of Monterey. We have great appreciation for the jobs that we have, and we feel that we're all part of the city family. No matter what department you're from, whether it's fire or recreation, public works, et cetera, everybody's important here and has a great job to do. And then finally, while we have a rather complex system here to secure funding for various projects, I'm trying to learn it and navigate it, but to our boots on the ground who are working at the fire stations, it doesn't matter to them, who approved the funding, whether it's the council or the NCIP. It makes no difference to them. What really matters is that they're taken care of and they have a fire station that they can respond from.
All righty. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council.
Thank you for indulging on that unique opportunity to hear from folks again. I think what's set before us is a timeline that's reasonable. We'll hear more back from NCIP at our joint meeting on the 18th. I just have one little thing tells me, a pang in my stomach that tells me that the NCIP has a process that's institutionalized, that is statutorily guided by the charter. And we do need to acknowledge that we have structural deficits, and they are compounded by the results of the recent election. However, the two are not necessarily connected unless we wind up talking about an NCIP recommended project that's sponsored by their vote through an applicant that might touch one of those CIPs or something that helps the city budget side. But I never want to blame anyone or lay the responsibility of a structural deficit in the city budget on anybody else but this council. And so we do have tough decisions. We do need to acknowledge that we are going to go through this next 6 to 8 months trying to figure out the go-forward plan. The city manager's laid out a timeline, and I'm looking forward to working through that. But we cannot continue to stay on the same course. And we passed a budget in June that is a stopgap measure to get us for the next 6 months, but we will have more decisions to make in January and February that are going to have long-term effects on our structural deficit. So I know that that's there, but within the city process, we have the NCIP. That is a process that they have always found a way to find things that benefit the city at large, capital improvements, and things that the city budget would otherwise have to pay for. So it's a unique partnership. There's nowhere else in California like this. And we have kind and caring folks that work really hard to do this process. So a big appreciation to all of them for this process. And I look forward to the next joint meeting on the 18th. Those are always fruitful and always enlightening, and I appreciate all of your input.
Oh, please, Dante.
And Mayor, just to clarify for the record, since the posting of this agenda, it had a tentative date for that joint city council evening session of the 18th. That meeting has been actually moved up until 8/4. So I just wanted to make that correction that has happened since the posting of this agenda.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
So part of my questions, I think we're trying to clarify for me, especially looking at this list of 9 bullets, 9 projects for consideration, trying to see if that's where staff and perhaps others saw the greatest need for attention within this list of projects. And I think that my concern also is that because of our current situation, our current context, we're not paying attention to the major infrastructure items that, in the end, if not addressed, will be impacting our residents. So if it helps in terms of any guidance, since that's what the request is here, I would also advocate for more of an emphasis on what are those bigger projects that we're needing to address sooner rather than later that have an impact on our greater community versus those projects, still valuable projects, but have less of an impact, maybe more in a neighborhood or a certain part of the city. So that would be what I offer. Thank you.
Well, every year NCIP puts at the top of the list the fuel reduction in our 799 acres of forests. So not only can we not statutorily not have NCIP for a year, I would never want to pause it for any length of time, because I want to know that the community has the opportunity to continue to say that their number one priority is taking the fuel out. And that was between $1 million and $2 million in the last year or two. If we have 2.7, we need that $1 to $2 million to keep us from burning. So to take that, and maybe the fire stations need some supplement. We'll see what they need. Somebody's going to need something, and CIP will be there, and we'll make the best decisions that we can as a community with what we have.
I think I kind of want to clarify a point that Tom was making, and perhaps, Tom, you and I can connect offline too, because maybe I didn't fully understand what your comment was. But I would clarify the process. How it works is it goes through the NCIP. The NCIP makes a recommendation, and the council is the body that makes the decision. Frankly, since I've been on the council, it's been pretty much rubber stamped for the most part. So I can understand how it's been interpreted as if the NCIP is the body that makes the decision. I think the point that I'm making is all of us, and we know this in our personal lives, have limited bandwidth. We only have so much capacity. As a city, we have only so much capacity, and we've loaded so much on staff right now. Is there a way that we can find a way of scaling back in the short term so that we can focus on the deficit? Not to say that this is going to be the solution for the long term, but heck, if I can save Reggie some time of having to prepare agendas, to respond to NCIP members on project proposals and going back and forth and extra meetings, because now we're talking about reevaluating the 70 projects to see if we can remove some of those. All that time and capacity could be spent towards actually addressing some of the infrastructure that's already on the books. Let's address these 70 projects. Let's address our capital improvement program. Let's address the deficit. Let's focus on the basics, the foundation. Let's stop adding on. And I think it would help save us all time. And the concern that I have is that the council gets to the decision in what's proposed to be of April next year, when we have to approve projects, the funding, and whatever it comes out to be, call me crazy, but do you not see it as a possibility that when the cards are all laid out on the table and we're trying to figure out how to address the long-term structural deficit, that somehow we're not going to potentially use the NCIP funds to help us meet that need? This isn't about stealing money from anybody. This is city money. All of this is city money. We're talking about it because it's city business. We have to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. And if we're continuing to consider projects that may end up pissing more people off because we've gone down a whole path, I think I've made my point. I'm concerned. I don't want to limit the public comment. If anything, if we can help truncate this and we have a joint session with the NCIP where we get their feedback and input so that we can make that decision in the same meeting, let's try to create some efficiency in this process. So again, we can allow staff and the council and the public to focus these conversations over the next several months on addressing the deficit. Isn't that what's on all of our minds? Isn't that what we want to address? Isn't that the elephant in the room? I asked the council to seek some reason in how do we prioritize the use of our time over the next several months. So, all right, I think staff, you feel like you have what you need? All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 16 on the agenda, which is a motion for reconsideration of resolution number 26-083CS, which awarded a construction contract to the Don Chapin Company, Inc. for the Madison Herman Larkin Intersection Safety Improvement Project, and directed staff to conduct outreach, be open to project modifications, request an extension of grant funding, and return to the council for final project approval. And if reconsideration motion is granted, decide whether to approve the Madison Herman Larkin Intersection Safety Improvement Project, accept related grant funding, and award a contract to the Don Chapin Company, Inc. in the amount of $140,306.50. With that, I'll pass it to Dante actually, I'm sorry. I'm not going to pass it to Dante. If you're okay with that, I'm actually just going to, because this was requested to be reconsidered by Councilmember Rash, so I'll go ahead and pass it to Councilmember Rash to kick us off.
Okay, thank you. So we left off with that vote that the mayor just explained. And starting the next day, I got quite a number of calls from residents in the community. I think I may have gotten them, and maybe others did or did not. You'll have to speak for yourself, because I'm the one that pulled it off the consent agenda. So I think I am attached to this whole process. So a lot of people were concerned that we were in contract before we'd had any community feedback and that they weren't happy. So I needed quickly to decide whether I was going to ask for reconsideration, which is the process that someone in the majority vote can ask by the next meeting to have it reconsidered. And I felt that I wanted the community to know basically the same thing, and I needed a tool to calibrate the feelings of the community. So I wrote out a paragraph which has become the petition, and it included that it's TAMC money, that it was quoted to be $130,000 into the contract, that it was a temporary project, things about the proposal that I thought the public really should remember. And I said, I just put it out and said, if people want to get this back to me so that I can figure out how many people are upset and what they're upset about, then get it back to me. I'm going to decide if I get 40 people that are concerned about this, I said to myself, I will ask for reconsideration. Well, within 36 hours, I had 74 people opposed to the contract going forward. Within the next 24 hours, I had another 40, and I've gotten another 12 over the weekend and into today. So and of the last 12, 6 want to go forward with the proposal. 1 wants to go forward with the proposal with changes, and then another, what's the remainder? Another 5 were against the contract. So that's what we have. I think we should. I am putting forth that I think a vast majority of the public is upset with this, and we need to talk about it. The place to start might be reconsideration for the purpose of not going forward with the contract, which will have some repercussions. Or we can not reconsider and just go on as we are. I might pass it off to staff for what those choices are. And I think they were actually written up quite well here.
Could we do some staff questions?
Absolutely. Are you all set for now? Or do you want to have that talked about first before we move on to others?
No, that's just the background that I think people need. Let's see. If anybody else wants to give the project background, and then we have the choices. I have a lot of questions for staff, but I didn't want to start with that.
Could we maybe have staff articulate what those different alternatives are?
Yes, and I'll have Andrew come up and give a brief presentation and respond to any questions.
Sure. Thank you, Dante. So just a brief presentation. I'm just going to recap how we got here and where we're at. So rewind 2023, TAMC had a grant program that was released. It was a new pilot grant program to do quick build projects. Quick builds were something new that's been successful in a lot of other agencies. Rather than having a long plan development, plan production phase, an expensive phase where you hire a lot of consultants to do modeling, plan production, it would use temporary, non-permanent materials. Just do something quickly, try it out with the community, get feedback, see if they like it, want to make it permanent, want to make adjustments. So it was always intended to be like this new tool that TAMC was encouraging cities to do traffic calming solutions. So staff got the grant. We came to council and planning commission. It was approved. 3 years later, it hasn't been a quick project. I just want to emphasize we have been short-staffed. We've been working on this, but it's been not as quick as ideal. We came back to council, had the project awarded. It was pulled for comment. We did receive a lot of feedback after award from the community, so we've heard a lot of the same things you have, and then we received this motion to reconsider. I just wanted to emphasize, staff was trying to do the right thing, help the council achieve its objectives to the Vision Zero plan, Safe Routes to School program, Move Monterey, general plan policies. And we got this grant funding to do the quick fill project. Was always intended to be non-permanent, and that we would come back to the council later. So we were just trying to do the best we could to help improve the community. And I think that's how we got here. That's what the quick build is. And with that, I'd be happy to answer specific questions. I was just trying to set the stage. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I go next?
Yep,
Okay.
you're on.
So, one of the things I learned from Kate Daniels when I ran for office is to start where we all agree. And I agree. We all want the best, and we're all doing our best. And I encourage us to stay with that. We all want safer transportation and pedestrian walkage for our children. We all want community engagement. We all want to be included. We all want to have a voice. We want transparency, and we want to know how our dollars are spent. Yes.
Gene, I apologize.
Yeah. Do you want questions?
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
I thought
okay.
you were, because
So my first question is, you stated that it went to council in 2023.
Yeah.
It didn't. I don't believe it did. TAMSI gave a report in 2023, November, and it was a general report by Todd Muck, and this intersection was not introduced.
So it went to Planning Commission, it was presented to Planning Commission, and it was adopted onto the CIP list in November of 2023. I don't have the exact date, but it was November when it was added to the CIP list.
Under a pre-occurring CIP list. Okay, I would not know about that. But it wasn't presented by Todd Muck in the
No, Todd hasn't been here to present on this specific.
Okay, all right. So, questions. Are we talking about 130,000 or 140,000, or I'm actually seeing 249,000 and some change?
Yeah.
And that the 249,000 seems to be the budget, and the 130 seems to be the contract with Don Chapin?
So great question. So these were in a former staff report. There's a lot of numbers in there. So
Yeah.
the total base bid with Don Chapin was 140,000. So that's the amount that we would be contracting with Chapin. We were also authorized to spend another 15% in contingencies. So that would be 21,000. That's for unforeseen construction conditions, changes that might not need to happen to make the project occur. The grant funding, the total funds available is 210,000 of grant funds. Of that, or in addition to that, there was approximately 240,000 because we also spent some money in design to put together plans
Already.
and specs. So 240 was the overall grant budget. 210 is what's available. 140 is what's the base contract amount that we would be awarding to Chapin, plus another 15% for construction contingencies.
All right. So I just want to say, well, I can wait, I can make statements later. So what will be the economic damages to us, the loss, if we reconsider and do not go into contract tonight?
Yeah, so ultimately, we've spent some money on design.
29,000.
29,000, and potentially, probably that's going to go back to TAMC, although ultimately they have a board of directors that makes those final decisions. But we've talked with TAMC staff, so if the grant project isn't delivered as we accepted in the grant agreement, then we probably wouldn't be reimbursed those costs that we've sunk so far. So that's potentially 29,000. Past that, if we pulled the ripcord, those are the sunk costs. There wouldn't be any additional costs to the city unless we wanted to try to do this project in the future. If we had to rebid, bid pricing would probably come in more expensive. Anytime we rebid a project, the lowest responsive contractor sees how much money they left on the table, and so your costs never go down, they only increase.
All right. If we don't go to reconsideration and we go into the community engagement, and at the community engagement, people don't want to continue, we then will have been in contract. When are we legally in contract?
So the agreement hasn't been fully executed yet, even though we have the council resolution. It does take time to get through contracting. The bids are valid for 90 days from the time they were submitted. The bids were open May 26th. So the bid essentially expires August 24th, unless the contractor says they'd honor it for some reason. So there's still some runway, if that makes any sense. So if we do the community outreach and we decide, hey, really the public support's not there, council wants to, just end the project and walk away, staff won't be brokenhearted. It's ultimately your decision. Like I said, we're just trying to do the best for the community. And so if that's ultimately the decision of the council, we'd probably lose out in the cost that we spent so far, and we'd walk away from potential grant funding, outside dollars coming in.
And under the topic of that the motion included receiving feedback from the community and being open to making changes, does that legally, I think this is a legal question, include the ability for the community to say, dump the whole thing? I mean, do we have to decide tonight to end the project? Is this our only chance? Or will we have the chance after Thursday's community discussion?
So council can always request to agendize new items. And so I think there's opportunities for council to make those requests to come back. So if we don't take any action tonight, I think there is a process for council to request or agendize new items. And I guess we would have some time to do that before the bid expires. And even once the bid expires, I think there's opportunity to reconsider this project.
And as the council knows, your direction at the last meeting was to come back to you for a final decision. So council will get a second bite at this if you continue with the process.
To include the ability to end the whole proposal.
Yeah, you have the ability to approve or not approve the project.
And what would that cost us? I mean, does it cost us the entirety of the contract with John Chapin of $130,000, or is it just the expenses to date?
No. So even once the contract's executed, until there's a notice to proceed and there's actually work that's ongoing that they can invoice us for, there's nothing that's automatically due to the contractor.
Okay. All right.
But that being said, I wouldn't recommend that we enter into a contract while there's this ambiguity in whether or not we want to proceed.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I would not suggest that the city sign and enter into a contract when there's indecisiveness over whether or not it's going forward.
Okay. And when do we have to sign and enter into a contract?
August 24th.
The bid is good for 90 days, so by the end of August.
Oh, okay. All right. So this is new information. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Those are my questions.
Any other questions? I don't know whose hand went up first.
Oh, Gino's fine. Go with him.
Andrew, a few questions. Can you share with us what was and either in your perspective or the team's perspective, what's the primary driver for applying for these types of funds?
So yeah, the driver, well, there's council, it's driver statements, but we do have active transportation as one of our goals. And so this fits in well with one of the council's value drivers. And it also, again, fits in with a lot of general plan policies. It's consistent with our safe routes to school program, our Vision Zero, which is reducing severe and fatal collision injuries to zero plan, and then our Move Monterey, our multimodality plan. So it was consistent with council value drivers, at least in staff's opinion, and then consistent with a lot of the plans that had a lot of outreach to develop and ultimately get approved by council. So that was really what was driving us. And then and then within the grant program itself, TAMC has its own goals, but they were encouraging agencies to do stuff faster rather than getting stuck in a years-long process of, developing detailed plans and putting together that long project development phase, saying just do something with cheap, non-permanent materials, try it out with the community, get feedback, decide if you need to tweak it, make changes, make it permanent. So on the flip side, TAMC, who's the awarding agency, was trying to encourage cities to just do something, be responsive, do something quick with cheap materials, and then get the feedback from the community, see if you want to make it permanent or non-permanent or make changes.
So great, it aligns with plans and our values, but what does that do for our community?
So to improve,
having these plans, Safe Routes to Schools, Vision Zero, what is the motivation for jurisdictions to have these plans?
So the Vision Zero specifically is reducing collisions. Safe Routes to School, in addition to traffic safety, was also encouraging students to, if they feel safer to go to walk to school or to bike to school, maybe those are trips that pedestrians will walk or students will choose to walk rather than carpool or get in the car and drive and create more congestion on the streets. So in terms of improving the community, hopefully offloading vehicular traffic, encouraging students to walk to school and improving traffic safety.
So in a few words, improving safety for our students, our families, folks who walk through there, who ride bikes, even who drive, correct? In the time that you've been with City of Monterey, have you received communication from neighbors, residents, expressing concerns specifically about this intersection?
Yeah, we've had a couple emails. We went back recently and compiled a lot of the email correspondence about this intersection. We've had emails from people saying, someone should really do something here. And so one reason this intersection was selected because it was on a route to school, so it was consistent with the Safe Routes to School policy. It did have some collision history there, so it would move the needle with our Vision Zero policy. And we did have some community engagement, early on, even if it was just emails saying, hey, look, there's a lot of school traffic. Someone should really do something. So we felt it was a good candidate at the time when we submitted the application and thought it checked a lot of boxes with the different plans and policies and value drivers.
And this communication has been over the span of months, years?
I went back a few years. I full caveat, I've only been with the city 3 years. So just as I was getting here is kind of when this was getting rolling. But yeah, as far as I know, I've seen some emails throughout the years regarding this intersection.
Okay. In terms of the actual installation, knowing that it's a quick build, it's temporary, let's say we move forward, we install it, everybody gets an opportunity to feel what that infrastructure could do for safety, for better traffic flow, whatever the goals are. Through community feedback, once the installation is there, if community at that point offers that feedback saying, you know what, we still don't feel like this is appropriate, can the installation be removed and the intersection put back to its original state?
Yeah, great question, 100%. And in fact, that's kind of the intent of the program. The intent is just do something, try something quickly. Even if, you try it and it doesn't work, it's cheap temporary material. It can be removed, restored to its original condition. And ultimately that was the plan. We did intend to come back to council. And so, yeah, if we hear from the community, we hate this, we want it to go back to the way it was. Yeah, a year from now, those are plastic temporary posts. They can be pulled out. The decorative traffic circle can be removed and we can bring it back to its original condition.
Does it have to be, say, a year from now? Can it be 6 months? Like, what's that timing?
So staff's intent was to do it a year from now. If if there's an appetite to do it earlier, I think council can make that request to agendize the item. But yeah, and I think our original report, we said we do plan to come back to council a year from now, once we've heard from the community, see how it's been received, if people have gotten acclimated, still hate it. Whatever the case would be, we say, here's the feedback we heard. You guys have kind of probably your own feedback from residents and would ultimately make the call. Do you want to keep it? Do we want to make adjustments, or do you want to just scrap it entirely?
Got it. All right. Thank you, Andrew. So.
I think he's answered the question I had.
You're all set?
I'm all set. Like to hear from the public.
I've got a couple.
Please. Yeah.
Tell us the collision history.
Sure. So leading up to it, I had it printed out in front of me. So at the time of the grant application, we had 8 collisions in the database we had access to in the 2 years prior. And then since we accepted the grant in 2023, we've had 4 collisions to the present. And I will just caveat that with saying the collision database we have access to is the Transportation Injury Mapping System. It's kind of a weird system. It doesn't have a comprehensive list of collisions, so it might only have injury collisions. We might not be seeing property damage only or non-reported collisions. So it could be an incomplete data set. If someone says there's more collisions, we might not have records on it.
So is that 12 collisions in how many years?
12 collisions since 21.
Since 2021. Okay. Were there any, do you know if there were any injuries?
I don't have the specific details of it. They should have some injuries because it was the Transportation Injury Mapping System. So even if it was just minor injuries or complaint of pains, it would be on that database. So that should be injury collisions, not property damage only.
Okay. All right. And it's accurate, though, that if we reverse it, if we go through the sequence and we decide to reverse it, that cost is all borne by the city, not by TAMC.
The design fees that we've already had, yes, that would probably come to this, and I'm saying probably because ultimately TAMC would make that final call, but it would probably have to, it wouldn't be reimbursed. It would probably be borne by the city.
Okay. All right. Yeah, sure.
So even if the project was installed,
Oh, did I misunderstand
I
that
think
question?
that was the question, right? Even if the project is installed and then afterwards we decide
Right.
we still don't like it.
Funding is for the quick
Oh,
build.
yes. Sorry. Thank you for weighing in. I must have misunderstood the question. So even if it's installed and ultimately scrapped entirely, no, those funds would be eligible. So TAMC actually really they don't want these things to be permanent projects. They don't want staff to pick and say, here's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to make this permanent. It's intended to be kind of a trial, see if it works with temporary materials, make modifications. And then if there is support for a larger project, then come back with the excavators and the bulldozers and do kind of a more permanent type of project. So I think they're looking for projects that try something new. Even if it's unsuccessful, they're just trying to say, hey, this is a demonstration project. Here's a pilot project, something new to try. And that's part of the quick build project.
On TAMC's dime.
On TAMC's dime, yes, they're paying for that.
All right.
Thank you for.
Okay.
Okay, all right. With that, we'll go ahead and take it out to public comment. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Folks in the chamber, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. If you want to remain seated, feel free to do so. I'll capture hands here in a second. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is my math correct? Am I mathing? 10. Anybody else still sitting that wants to speak for public comment? 10. We have one straggler coming, so it's going to make it 11. All right, so we'll cut it off to the 11 in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 5 on Zoom. We're going to go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hi, Cora again. So, local resident sustainability program manager for the county, these kinds of projects do fall into my realm of expertise, which I'm happy to share with you today. So, last time, discussion items fell into three main buckets: safety, flow, and volume. So, in regards to safety, this project does rather well. It narrows lanes, it makes tighter turns. This induces slower and safer turns for pedestrians and bicycles, and also for people in vehicles. By only having one right turn, that reduces options and conflict. That's very good for safety. We have to recognize that this intersection is actually quite dangerous in status quo conditions. There are 4 options for drivers when you approach the intersection, and people do not understand right of way. I've almost been hit at this intersection. I've seen several near misses personally. For flow, this is where the project falls short. It is not stated in the project goals. I highly recommend that the stop signs be removed as part of this trial. That would keep the traffic moving in a full roundabout configuration and actually reduce congestion. Volume and congestion is really where a lot of our residents are concerned. And again, the root cause of this is that we need to be shifting our students away from the drop-off line and driving themselves so that they can bike and walk and take the bus to school safely. That way we can actually reduce the pileup of cars that we have on our streets. As far as cost goes, budgets are really tight. I do not think we should be throwing away $29,000 at a time like this, especially on a temporary project where funds are eligible to remove the project if we decide that we hate it. I am annoyed that the outreach didn't happen prior to this. I will be furious if a student is seriously injured in that intersection when we could have done something about that. And I think that there is plenty of opportunity as this project moves forward for outreach to be scheduled and transparent, and for the data collection from the pilot project to be made available to the public, and so that we can really have a better process moving forward. Thank you.
I'm Jeff Galfin. I live on El Caminito del Norte. I was employed by the California Highway Patrol as a motor carrier specialist from 1995 till 2010. Part of my duties was inspecting and evaluating. I was the safety inspector for school buses at all the districts in this area, including Carmel and Salinas and all the farm labor buses. I was the guy who investigated the bus that crashed into the aquarium. I was the guy who chased down the duck boat, who told me he's a boat. Well, I told him when he drove up the ramp, he's a bus and he's going to get a permit. That's what I did. I have worked with the school district, and I am still very close with the people that I was over there today at the transportation office. Currently, the school district, Monterey High School, during the year that just finished, had 1,413 students. Among them those students, the ones who received reduced price free meals was 734. That's more than half. All those people, by definition, are entitled to free bus rides. The district, this started years ago, just started after I retired. Those kids, the parents came to sign them up for free bus rides. The district, previously, they collected money for the year per student to transport the kids on the bus. Today, they told me there are 3 buses that bring students from the entire north side of town. And then another point was made when I was talking to them. One guy that works there told me, well, I drop my kid off in the morning, but he walks downtown and he rides home on the transit.
Sir, that's your time.
I'll finish with a comment.
I'm sorry, sir, that's your time. If I give that to you, I have to give it to everybody else, and I just want to make sure that we're fair, so that's your time, please.
Well, I don't feel like you're being fair. I try to set a precedent here.
I apologize, but let's let the next person go.
The school district.
Sir, please let the next person speak. Your time is up. You have a timer right in front of you. So everybody pay attention to the timer, because when the timer ends, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments.
Mayor Williamson and council, I want to encourage you to vote for the reconsideration of the construction contract for this quick build project. This project is wrong for so many reasons, but primarily because the council voted to put the cart before the horse in awarding this contract before any public outreach. Despite the initial proposal over 3 years ago, not once did city staff reach out to residents. This is disrespectful. When were we going to find out about it? When the construction started? Staff states that the goal is to reduce vehicle speed through this intersection, but staff's perception is false. This issue is gridlock, not speed. Neighbors asked Monterey Police for help with traffic controls at this intersection. We also asked this very council. Tonight is not the first time my neighbors and I have asked you for help with this congestion. We were at council in March 2025 asking for help with traffic enforcement. In fact, many of my neighbors that are here tonight were here over a year ago. I would like now to ask all my neighbors to please raise your hand to show support for the council's reconsideration of this project. City staff somehow believes that turning a 5-way stop into a traffic circle, adding some obstacles, making the road lanes narrower, all while removing parking, would relieve this congestion. In reality, our neighborhood can tell you it will only make it worse. The need for this project is not supported by any traffic studies and is not supported by any residents. Over the past few years, the traffic patterns around Monterey High have changed. Important access points were closed, forcing drivers to use a single intersection, the site of this quick build, causing gridlock. This issue could be addressed if the school worked with the city, parents, students, and others to make other pickup and drop-off locations available. I urge the council to listen to your constituents and vote in favor of this reconsideration. I hope that you will see the strong opposition to this project and deny this project outright. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm here to comment on the traffic project modifications proposed by the city at the intersection of Madison, Larkin, and Herman. There are several things wrong with this proposed project, so I'll try to be brief. Planning for this project started back in 2023, and citizens only found out about it when it appeared on the consent agenda at a June City Council meeting. We neighbors are uniquely qualified to comment on the viability of the project, and we are also the ones most impacted every morning and every afternoon during the school year. We were never notified. In fact, if it hadn't been for the awareness and courage of Council Member Rash, we may never have known about it until construction started. Secondly, Monterey High School was listed as a partner in the project. This is the same Monterey High School that pays no taxes but wants to co-opt the very roads we pay for. Thirdly, the city's stated purpose is traffic calming, which is the opposite of what's needed. Gridlock is the issue which has been exacerbated by a couple of things. Monterey High closed several access points to the campus during their post-COVID construction project and failed to reopen them after construction was finished. Additionally, with roughly 1,300 to 1,400 students by generally accepted standards, they should have 300 to 340 parking spaces. They currently have less than 100. Additionally, the new 3-way stop at Madison, Hartnell, and Polk only allows 3 to 4 cars to move through per traffic sequence to move down Madison, adding to the gridlock. Thirdly, there was never a professional traffic study done by an objective outside firm to determine the appropriateness of this project. Lastly, given the dire financial status of the city's finances, it seems irresponsible to spend almost $175,000 on a project that is improperly planned, hidden from the public, and called temporary. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and staff and council people. I would just like to add, my neighbors have done quite a good job, but you should recognize that I don't hear or see anyone from Monterey High School even on present here tonight. You may have had dialogue with the high school previous to this time, but it would be a very easy answer to have staggered times when children are getting out of school to ensure their safety. And all the school would do would be able to take 10 minutes or 15 minutes and keep traffic flowing rather than seeing the gridlock that's on both Martin Street as you go down, or if you go down Madison or try to go down Via Del Rey. At certain times of the day, it's impossible. You might as well just wait till the school hours are off. So I can't believe that there hasn't been more dialogue between the city and the school to come up with a reasonable answer for traffic flow. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tim Eckert, and I'm a resident on Larkin Street near the intersection that we're talking about. I vehemently oppose this proposal, and I request the council reconsider and withdraw the contract to Don Chapin, and also reconsider the moving forward with this project. I've heard a lot of talk about safety for the children, which I am 100% in support of. But the issue is, as mentioned before, is gridlock. This is an intersection that cars don't obey the traffic rules. They block the intersections. They park illegally, waiting for children to come out. It's a volume issue. It is not a flow issue. The kids, after they exit the intersection after school, they race down Larkin to see if they can get to 60 miles an hour before they get to Jefferson. This is a ready, fire, aim project. It's been moved forward, submitted in 2023. Monies were spent or not spent on consultants to come up with a set of data that supported a preset conclusion, it looks like. So the request is step back, involve the community, which there has been none. There's been no communication to the residents. We have received zero communication. The data doesn't support it. Tim's data shows that there has only been 4 accidents in the last 10, 12 years. That's injury, non-injury accidents with vehicles. It doesn't correlate with the data that the city sees. So it's ambiguous at best. So we don't have a common set of facts. We don't have alternatives. And it just doesn't make sense to move forward with a contract with a bid when we don't even know what we're doing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Soule. I'm the secretary of the Old Town Neighborhood Association, and as such, I got a lot of email on this subject. Almost to a one, there has been opposition to the speed of this, the lack of consulting, and the concerns for safety. I know we're all here to try to get safety, but the TAMSI report said that the purpose of this was to reduce the speed. And as you've heard, it's not speed, it's total gridlock. I mean, I'd be surprised if you go 2 miles an hour in the 2 periods that are the problem periods. Those problem periods are when school, just before school and just after school, when the kids are getting out. I love the suggestions that you're hearing there. And I hope that the council talks to this man about the buses that he seems to know a lot about. Sounds like there's a bus solution that could also be added to it. Other things that I've heard, and I did have questions that I had sent to Marisa in the Public Works, because she said to direct all the questions to her. So I summarized them, but I've had no answers. We've asked on behalf of the various letters I received for the widths of these new lanes. How wide will they be? You've got now a center divide between each one. The concern is that as you're going around the traffic circle, now a pedestrian enters where you're wanting to exit. So that car immediately would go to a stop. You've got everybody just jammed in around the traffic circle. So it's not only gridlocking the traffic circle, but in a very emergency type of situation to do so. I think it's very important that we look at other solutions, including the other exits that could be possible, that have been possible for drop-off before. I also heard about, how about sandbagging? Sandbag these areas, the traffic, the circle itself, and the dividers, so we can see how that works. Thank you.
Mayor and council members and staff, I'm Bruce Zanetta, Vice President of the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association. Last night, our NVNA board voted to support the following message of reconsideration on the project before you. This is what they voted on. We support the action of the City of Monterey to not award a contract to construct a quick build traffic circle at the intersection of Larkin, Madison, Herman streets. We understand that this project is not considered permanent, but only a pilot project to see how the community views the traffic circle. We understand the project costs are around $130,000 and was funded by the Transportation Agency for Monterey County's Quick Build Pilot Program. We understand that it was specifically created to help local agencies test pedestrian and bicycle route improvements quickly and cost effectively before investing in permanent solutions. However, our concern is about the process for this project. Outreach to the general public on this project has not happened. Public outreach should have been done sometime within the last 2.5 years, maybe 3, since the project inception. And public outreach should have occurred first before a contract was awarded. The city has done this backwards. To award a contract first is to pressure the surrounding neighborhoods into a project that may be neither wanted nor needed. Thank you for your time, consideration, and concern.
Mayor, City Council, Pat Benza, President, Monterey. There is a lot wrong with this project. First is the process. Not involving the residents for their opinion was wrong. Second, I am not a traffic engineer, but keeping cars longer in a congested intersection just does not seem to make much sense. The stop signs are still going to be there, and now the cars would all go around the circle, even if the quickest way out would not require that. Third is the parking loss. It is already at a minimum in that area. Fourth, and most important to me, is that our city and the economy as a whole should be only doing what is needed to be done, not what is a want to try it out. I don't care if the money is city money or TAMC money or some grant money that will be lost. Wasting taxpayer money is never a good thing, but especially now. So hopefully we reconsider, you listen to the residents on Thursday, and it's reconsidered. But doing a project just to spend funds that are there, no matter who the funds come from, just does not seem right to me. Thank you.
My name is Kim Appleberry. My wife and I are at 16 El Caminito del Norte in the house that her parents bought 66 years ago. We have been through that intersection thousands of times. The problems I see, I believe you, Mayor, that the city is transparent. This was not being intentionally hidden. It was intentional that they would build quick and then find out how the neighbors liked it. I mean, that was stated. Is that really how Monterey wants to spend their money and run? Build it and then find out? I mean, they stated that. The other thing is they talk about traffic calming and throw around the idea of safety, although there's no traffic study to show what the safety factors are that this is solving. It's a matter of it's just a matter of opinion. And the calming effect, well, all cars that come to the intersection stop. So coming through tonight, I looked, leaving the stop sign, I'm through the intersection before I get to 15 miles an hour. So what is the calming needed? That doesn't make sense. So I think this is a mistake in a couple of ways, and mostly that it doesn't do any good. It's, if you want pedestrian safety, deal with the crosswalks, not this impediment and flower boxes. Deal with the crosswalks. Thank you.
Good evening. My husband and I have lived in that neighborhood for nearly 35 years. We live up the hill above the high school. I use that intersection several times a day. I go down Herman and down Madison and then back up again. I usually see a car, sometimes two, sometimes a pedestrian, but there's really not a lot of traffic there. It's always the gridlock at school drop-off and pickup times. And that's not addressed at all in this plan, at all. They talk about safety, but it's still the same crosswalks. There's nothing done for safety for the kids. They talk about traffic calming. It's gridlock. So if you're going to do calming, we may as well just turn our engines off because we're just sitting there. I've sat there up to 5 minutes sometimes. You just sit there. It backs up. If you're going up Madison and you get stuck in it at the Larkin as they're trying to turn into the school, it backs up down to the police station. And until the school steps up and does something about it, it's not going to change. This plan does nothing to change that. And it's too bad this gentleman was cut off because he has the facts that none of us do about the buses, because that's the problem. There is no bus service. These parents are having to go pick their kids up. And what are they going to do? Because they go up Madison, they turn left onto Larkin, and then they're stuck. Because it's a circular drive to get into the school, go around through the school, and exit onto Herman. But they can't because it's backed up at the gridlock at the intersection. This plan does not address that in any way, shape, or form. So traffic calming, we don't need it. Safety for the kids, it's not in here. They still have to cross at the same crosswalks. So what has been accomplished? And like they said a little while ago about the price, that just slays me. $29,000 for this plan. They've got horse troughs in there. That middle, that's a horse trough. These pylons sticking up, they're taking away Larkin Street parking. I'm stunned. And then to say that it's a grant, that's our tax money. That's my tax money. That's your tax money. I think the whole thing is just absolutely, I don't know, it's outrageous to me. So, and the other thing is that stop sign that appeared down there at Polk and Hartnell, that has backed up traffic all the way up the hill. All of this is just, it's got to end. I don't know how. I hope we have that meeting tomorrow night, and I hope you guys seriously reconsider this. So, thank you.
Hello, good evening. I essentially live on that intersection. I live at 560 Madison Street, and that's my primary view out my front window. And yeah, a lot of things need to be done with the traffic from the high school. But painting their emblem in yellow and green and in those lanes and putting up the orange little signs, garish and ugly, and even if it's only up for a year, that's just not what this neighborhood should look like. So I really hope you reconsider the resolution for the contract and allow us to speak to you about what could go there instead. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll take our callers on Zoom.
Lori, you can go first.
Good evening, all. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a similar theme that I see between this project and an intersection in my neighborhood. And from a perspective of the similarities and what we could do better going forward, because clearly there's a missing piece. Somehow all of these people don't feel like they knew anything about it or weren't reached out to. And I can say that there's a similar theme. So I'm the Casa Verde intersection at Del Monte Boulevard to make the rec trail crossing safer because it was a nightmare. And I have to tell you, it's even worse now. It's not done. It was something that started. We had one meeting with the city in 2021 and we were told, sign up for Have Your Say Monterey. We'll keep you informed. You know, the thing is, and everybody needs to understand in the city, people want to be involved. They want to be heard. That's why you're hearing from all of us tonight. People they just want to be part of the community they live in and contribute. And to just not be involved isn't helpful at all. This intersection here cost $2 million. Half of it was NCIP money, another half grant money. All we needed to do was block off the rec trail and route them through the traffic signal. And that would have solved the problem. Now we have this intersection that Jackhammer started 4 years later, and we didn't hear one thing from Have Your Say Monterey until it was too late. We lost 2 lanes of real estate. It's not done. They did things wrong. We have people crossing now everywhere. At least before you knew where you had to watch out for bikes and skateboarders and pedestrians. Now it's the whole length of that Casa Verde all the way down to the traffic light. People are crossing every which way. So I think the missing piece is communication with the residents.
Next speaker is our telephone caller, Ms. Beatty.
This is Nina Beatty. I also oppose this project. It's a very dangerous traffic situation on Madison after school and before school, as you've heard. The city has worsened it by approving the huge housing project behind City Hall on Madison, which adds many more cars and related traffic to the immediate area. You've previously heard at another meeting of the inability of emergency responders to get to the high school when there was an accident because of the traffic. The city doesn't need traffic calming here. It needs traffic mitigation. This project doesn't work. It doesn't reduce traffic flow or improve safety. You can't cross a traffic circle easily or safely as a pedestrian. The traffic problem is caused by the limited entrance into Monterey High with 4 streets feeding into it. As you've heard, gridlock. Temporary is a great idea on project, but this project doesn't fix the problem of limited access into the school. That requires a multi-pronged approach, working with the school district to get parent and school carpooling, rework the entrances, buses. But the city streets constrain school access with all these cars pouring in. Here again, staff time is allocated over several years for a project for which the public has no knowledge or participation, while other projects languish, and then it's put on the consent agenda last month, which staff has repeatedly abused with significant and even controversial projects. It's very, very expensive for a temporary quick build. It wastes staff time and city funds for at least $29,000 already spent. TAMC is not free money, it's public money. And I wouldn't rely on TAMC's guidance. Their SURF project isn't grounded in reality. Currently $100 million of public money for a 6.5-mile road that dumps people in Sand City without viable transportation to where they need to go. That's ridiculous. I urge the council to do the right thing, cancel this project and cancel the contract. And staff, stop putting things on the consent agenda that don't belong there. Thank you.
Tom, you're up next.
Thank you. I have a question or two. First was that at the previous meeting, I forget who it was on staff, said that the center circle was going to be a mountable curb, which then implies that that circle is going to be elevated above the rest of the paving. And what I heard tonight was that it's just going to be painted. So I'd like to get clarification on that. Is it just going to be paint or is it going to be a raised mound? Because I definitely heard the term mountable curb at the previous meeting. Looking at the staff report and the goals of this project, there's 8 bulleted points there. Reduce vehicle speeds on intersection approaches. Well, we've already said it's an all-way stop, so you can't get any slower than stopped. Reduce speeds through the intersection. Well, okay, you can maybe argue that it might slow some cars down in the intersection, but it's a pretty short intersection. Provide better visibility for the pedestrians. Well, the pedestrians are visible as is. Now, at the previous meeting, somebody mentioned, well, it's shortening the distance for the pedestrians to cross. Well, that to me is a legitimate goal, but that could be accomplished through other means, not having to use a circle in the middle. It goes on and on here, but it seems to me like most of these goals are irrelevant or already being met. One of the goals is to gather community input. Well, obviously you've gotten an earful tonight about this project. It's suffice it to say that this should have been rolled out in a much better way than it has been. The public wasn't engaged at all, and that's what you're feeling the wrath of right now. Thank you.
And Betsy, you can go ahead.
Thank you. This is Betsy Wilson. I live on Via Del Rey. I drive through that intersection probably up to 8 times a day, and I'm just going to be the lone voice that says I think that we should move forward with what staff has proposed. I remember a number of years ago working with the city when the roundabout up at 68 was being built, and Rich Deal, the traffic engineer, was just being absolutely abused for that thing. And you know what? It solved many, many problems. So I appreciate that this is temporary and going to be a trial. There is a lot of confusion at that 5-way intersection, especially when there's traffic. That's when people don't know who gets to go and people are jumping the queue. So I'm hopeful that in fact, during school pickup and drop off, which every school I've ever been near has congestion, that this will create some clarity and flow and improve that. And if it doesn't, hopefully we can revisit it and, go back or iterate in some other way. But I do support moving forward with the trial. Thank you.
That was it. Alrighty, with that, we'll close public comment on the item. Thank you for those that provided public comment. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Councilman Garcia. Oh, actually, first, can I just have staff come up, and I have some questions that came up during public comment, but I figured I'd just pass it to staff. I'm figuring you took notes and might want to respond to some of the comments.
Sure. I did hear a question towards the end. The traffic circle is mountable. So it would be mountable with some paint. If I said it was just paint earlier, I must have misspoke. It would be 6-inch with kind of a tapered asphalt mountable. And so if a car or a fire truck or a large box truck couldn't make that turn, they could just roll right over the traffic circle. That was the one question I heard. Do you have other specific questions?
There was the comment that came up around stop signs.
Whether stop signs come out or whether they're yield signs.
Oh, yes. So the first comment, I think that was a recommendation. So we kept it as an always stop. So traffic circle and roundabouts are technically different things. The traffic circle it's not a yield flow intersection. We didn't intend to change the intersection control. Really, it slows down people as they go through the intersection. So they have to take a wider turn, straighten out the vehicle as they cross the departure crosswalks. And so it does slow people down through the intersection. On the approaches to the intersection, they had the delineators that narrow the lanes. And so that's what slows you down on the approach, come to a complete stop just like you would normally. And then through the intersection, as you go through, you'd have to kind of take a longer trip around the circle, which slows you down, straightens you out as you look into the exiting crosswalk. And so it would slow you down on the entrance and on the exit. That was the intent.
Okay. And you're right. It was more of a recommendation, and I don't want to go too far down that path because that's not the discussion point in front of us at this point. So I'll just go ahead and open it up. Thank you for that.
Thank you. So a few comments here. I'm just going to go down the list. My initial question to staff was about the kind of communication that they have received from residents, because I know for a fact that I've received over the years communication expressing concerns around the safety of this intersection. So for me, I think it's great that staff has looked into this and has proactively reached out to other agencies to seek grant funding to at least try something different in this intersection, something different that will have a positive impact, that will increase safety, that will help with navigating through that intersection for both drivers and pedestrians. So I applaud our staff's effort for taking these steps and pushing them forward. Could there have been initial community outreach? Absolutely. And I support the idea of over communicating with our residents because it's just the right thing to do. And that should be part of the process throughout the project. If we were to move forward, absolutely, definitely include robust community engagement as the project moves forward. This is a quick build. It's intended to be a quick build project. It's not a matter of building it and then running. It's a matter of putting elements down in place that allows the opportunity for all our residents, folks who live in the neighborhood, the students who come in, the families who come into the area, to test it out, see what it would do for their own experience, their own safety as they're navigating through the intersection. And that's really the best opportunity to get the feedback from the community. Once this project is in place, all the elements are in place, that's the best opportunity for all of us to go through that intersection, feel what it could do, for better or for worse. Do we like it? Do we not like it? And then offer that feedback. In my own experience, it's very difficult to try to get that kind of feedback from community when talking about these designs conceptually. So it's not about showing a picture and then asking the question, what do you think this would do for safety? Could that process help? Maybe. But it's even more valuable once there are elements in place that we can actually see and touch, and then be able to give more complete feedback about that. There's been a lot of talk around the concern being the gridlock, which I agree. My kids go to Monterey High, so I get to experience some of that, both in the morning and in the afternoon. So there is something to be said about that, and further planning that would need to happen to further address that. But that shouldn't just happen independently of the elements that need to be installed at that intersection. This would all have to be part of a bigger project to ensure safety at the intersection and also address gridlock. And I think it's really interesting how a lot of the commentary was around gridlock from our folks tonight. I think if we were talking to the student population or the teacher population, the administrators, they would have a different take on the gridlock. Their concern is primarily, I'm talking, thank you. Their concern is mostly revolves around safety. And I know, because I've experienced it myself, I've seen multiple close encounters. And that's really where our staff is setting the priority, because we want to keep our residents safe, first and foremost. The goal of this installation, as I see it, is not to try to keep vehicles in a gridlock, but rather have vehicles navigate the intersection in a way that's a little bit more safe than it currently is. I think that leaving the intersection as is really not an option. And also, I heard a lot of the concerns around the traffic that we see during drop-off and pickup times. This installation, with the various elements that are shown, I think would do a lot of positive for the intersection and our residents throughout the day. It doesn't matter if there are students, if there are no students, because there are, and I navigate through this intersection very often. I also see folks coming down the hill in their car very fast and many times rolling the stops. So these elements would do a lot to slower those vehicles down, have them navigate in a slower way, again, to increase safety. In general, I just feel like the concern should focus more around how do we keep our students, families, teachers, everybody in the community safer. I wanted to mention TIMS really quick as well, because I also do have some experience using that system, and something that wasn't mentioned that I think it's important to keep in mind is that TIMS will only show us data that has been reported. There are many instances that probably have happened in that intersection that never get reported. And who knows what level of injury. There might not be injury, there might be close calls, right? And I personally have witnessed close calls, and I know that those aren't getting reported to TIMS. So let's not use TIMS necessarily as the data source, because it's not a complete source. I think there's opportunity here to expand the conversation along with this project, and talking about improvements or other methods that would help increase the safety of this intersection. And some of them were shared during public comment, talking about a remote location for drop-off or pickup, using alternate modes of transportation, bikes, busing. Busing, I think it's a great topic to bring up with the district. It does require that coordination with their transportation department, because even though busing is quote unquote available for students, many times it doesn't work for the students or the families to take the bus. So we have to keep that in mind. An example of that is, for example, my students, they could easily take the bus to the high school, but the only bus that can pick them up when they have a start time of 8 o'clock would be, I think, right around 6 a.m. So that means them getting to the high school very early and just hanging out for almost 2 hours. So again, lots of coordination, I think, that could happen there with the district to better satisfy that process. And to wrap it up, I think, as you could probably tell, I'm going to support this item to move forward as the project that was originally presented by staff. I see there's a lot of value here. It's all grant funded. Why not support our staff to proactively seek those opportunities to increase the safety for our community? I mean, this is all, again, it's temporary. If we don't like it, we don't have to keep it. If we only like elements of it, we can play around with it to see really what fits best for our community. And this is all on the dime of another agency that's willing to support.
Excuse me. Hey, excuse me, everybody.
And
everybody, well, hold on one second.
Sure.
That was maybe the third time that he was interrupted while he was talking. Just simply be respectful. Like, we gave the respect for everybody that spoke during public comment. Just be respectful so we can finish this meeting efficiently. If you disagree, that's fine. Write a letter to the council after the meeting is over, but do not be disrespectful and interrupt somebody when they're talking. I think we're all adults here. I think we can do that. Let's do that, please. Or we're going to take a recess and I'm going to start asking people to leave. Do not interrupt anymore, please.
And I'm very thorough with these points, because to me, the safety of our kids.
Excuse me, sir. Did you just miss what I said? One more time from you in the back, sir, and I'm going to ask you to leave.
I have two
I
students
don't understand this. This is crazy.
who navigate this intersection daily. But it's not only about my kids, it's about the, 1,300 students that attend and their families and teachers who are members of our community. I take this very seriously. I hear laughter in the audience sometimes. Rest assured, I'm taking this very seriously. I hope you're taking it seriously too. This is all grant funding that doesn't come out of general funds. It is taxpayers' dollars, but if we don't use it, another jurisdiction will. Why not have that come to our community? Thank you.
Who'd like to go next?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
So I base my thinking on the lack of evidence for collisions, the lack of conflicts other than some of the many annoying issues we've all encountered when we go through the intersection. To me, it's more imperative that we pursue a path of the school district involvement. It's their students. They're generating the traffic. It's their property. They're the ones that are impacting our neighbors. They're the ones that are drawing in plus 2,000 drivers a day and the students to go there. Now, I have history of the school. I married a lady that went to that school, and I had 2 kids that went to that school. And I have a grandson that's there now. And it's a pain in the neck to get in there. And there's alternatives to go. But it's really, really bad when you have a parent or a student, and students aren't supposed to park up top anyway, but there's a student parking lot with insufficient parking, and they took way too long to finish their project. That's a whole nother side note. But they don't have enough parking, and the parents are coming too late and not allowing for enough time. The total amount of time, and I know Kimberly Horn in their study lists AM peak hours 7:45 to 8:45. It's probably not that long, more like 7:45 to 8:40. School bell is at 8:30, so if they're not in by that time, shame on them. They really started out late. And then their PM hours are listed as 3:15 to 4:15, and I think most of the traffic is really pretty much gone by 4. So you've got an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes, and out of a 24-hour clock, it just doesn't measure with me saying everybody that goes through that intersection, except for that hour and a half, is going to go around the longest way, passing 12 horse troughs that have some semblance of gardening that the city's going to have to maintain just to accommodate the hour and a half travel. To me, that's just not worth the sizzle. The whole intent of a grant like this, where it comes from public dollars through TAMSI, is to reduce carbon footprint, greenhouse gases. We actually are impacting that with the additional movement of the transportation coming through that. In the remaining 22 and a half hours of the day, the transportation issue is that they are compounding their trips longer, taking more time through the intersection, and actually increasing greenhouse gas. So to me, it just doesn't make sense. I'm a fan of just stopping this. I'm struck with the information we've heard from the neighbors. I was a little uncomfortable about this when we were trying to figure out how to make lemonade the last time, and I think we were trying to accommodate staff. I think we were all well-intentioned. But on reflection and hearing from the overwhelming lack of support, the testimony tonight, the testimony in the neighbors who've voiced a disagreement to do this project, yeah, it's not from general fund money, but it is money that should go to a more worthy project that TAMSI can find. I'm not in favor of proceeding with this. I am ready when everybody's done to make a motion to cancel this altogether and cancel the bid.
You have the mic right now, so you're well able to make a motion.
So I'm going to make one more comment, then I'll make a motion. I don't want to impact the neighbors anymore, And I'm struck with the fact that you know this neighborhood and you know this intersection probably better than anybody up here except for Jean, because she has to go through there every day to go home. I think this is a case where our former mayor, when I first met him, I heard him many times at many meetings, the neighbors know best. And I think this is one of those times where that's true. So for this project, I think I'll make a motion that we direct staff to cancel the bid and postpone further work on the project. Still have an outreach meeting to hear the neighbors make suggestions of improvements that could be made.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I haven't made comments recently. 200 to 250,000 for an experiment, it still strikes me as a lot of money. Maybe it's not, but it's the equivalent of our rental assistance program. It's a lot of money. I would feel better if it had more support. I'd feel a lot better if the neighbors wanted it and we weren't heading up a route of disassembling it. I was glad to hear that we aren't, in the attorney's opinion, in a legal contract. I regret not being clearer on June 16th to stop it then. I think we were deferential to staff and wanting to keep options open on something that really is has not been approached in the right manner to get the result that we need. I would appreciate not being in contract, going to the community, do the presentation. At the presentation, I would appreciate written information on the history of collisions, the written information on injuries. We need some data. We need more about what's going on. And we'll, have more outreach to the public. People who couldn't be here tonight maybe can be here Thursday. Everybody will come again. We can go through it again and see if we're on the right track or not, and go from there. It's the whole thing is unfortunate. I'm really sad about it. I do believe everybody was well-intentioned. Absolutely, staff was well-intentioned. I think we all want safety for our kids. We all want transparency. We all want to do the best with our money, and we kind of blew it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I'm gonna.
When you're done, I got one more thing I need to add.
Okay, I'm gonna make a comment. I'm gonna give you a minute to make a comment, and then we're gonna call the question.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna support the motion because when we approved this initially, we heard the public comment, and I appreciate the fact that you pulled this, Councilman Barash, because it allowed us to have a deeper conversation. And even though there was questions on my mind about it when reviewing it, I thought it was good to press forward, seeing that it was temporary. But it allowed us to engage in a deeper conversation here. Mm-hmm. And some of the comments that I'm hearing give me a feeling of just leave it as it is, don't do anything with it. That's the vibe that I'm getting from some of the comments. And that might not be accurate because nobody actually explicitly said that, but that's the vibe that I get from some of the comments that were made. Others were, hey, maybe if you do it a little bit different here, maybe it might address the issues in a certain way. That's the whole intent around why we approved the motion that we did at the last council meeting, and which is why we have this public meeting scheduled for Thursday. If we're not going to support the contract moving forward, there's no point of having this meeting on Thursday. I'd rather have staff dedicate their time and energy in places where people in the community actually want them to spend their time and energy. And truly, I'm walking away with a feeling of resistance. Don't do this. It's sticker shock. And again, I get it. The concern that I raised at the last council meeting that gave me the greatest pause around this was the public engagement piece. And this is no fault of staff, right? They followed the process. They did what they needed to do. Maybe we need to reevaluate what it looks like for us to do community engagement. And that's a discussion that we're having with staff behind closed doors so that we can have a better community engagement strategy. But we're here now. We have the funding. And I think one of the comments that were made was, don't just spend the money for the sake of spending the money. Nobody, I don't even, like, again, like some of the bases of the argument just don't make sense. Nobody said that. Nobody's thinking that. This isn't being presented to spend money for the sake of spending money. And I think one of the greatest challenges that we have in government, people get frustrated because government is slow. And I think the opposite of that is being creative and innovative and exploring and testing things out. And if we're not willing to be innovative and creative and test things out, then we're going to be right back in this other boat of just being slow, lethargic, and things aren't going to get done. And so the alternative to us exploring this and moving forward, and we haven't even decided if we're doing it yet. Let's have the community discussion on Thursday, and then when it comes back to council, we can have a deeper conversation around it. But if we're not even willing to explore it, I don't know how to help some of the concerns that were being raised that initiated this in the first place. This didn't come from nowhere. Staff isn't just finding an intersection and thinking, oh, this is a good idea, let's do it. There was feedback that was given, and we're trying to find a way of meeting community need. Was it done in the best way possible? Perhaps not. And let's find a way of maybe doing things better. We're all in this together. So let's find a way of working with each other. I get the frustration. It's clear. The fair majority of you all, I'm taking a vote to go against you. I don't want to do that. I'm not here to be like in opposition to you all. I'm here to try to find a way for us to work together. Nothing is going to happen unless a decision is made again with the council. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Councilmember Smith. Please keep your comments within a minute, and then I'm going to go ahead and call the question.
Yeah, I can do that. I don't want nothing to happen. I want a meeting to happen tomorrow because I think that the staff would benefit out of hearing from the residents about alternatives if this is killed tonight. Alternatives, examine, and certainly this would take engineering process, consulting with public safety. Some of these intersections to me are prime example of we should have no left-hand turns. We could restrict some of the turning movements at certain times of the day. I think that the neighbors need to have that input and to be able to offer other solutions, and so it's not for all for nothing. I think the school needs to be contacted. We need to work with them, and they have some responsibility in this case as well. The other thing I was going to say is I am struck with the ugliness of it, of 12 horse troughs, planters that have to be maintained. It's just not the kind of thing that I would want to look at if I lived here. And I just wouldn't want to have this in my neighborhood.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and call the question. So the motion was made to,
eliminate the project.
Let me just make sure I get the language right from the agenda.
Would it rescind the resolution?
So I'm sorry, again?
Would that motion rescind the resolution?
Yes. So yes. So
I couldn't hear you.
It was to rescind.
Pardon my interruption. I'm so sorry. So first there needs to be a vote on whether or not the decision is going to be reconsidered. And so Councilmember Rash is requesting or bringing a motion for reconsideration. If that is approved, then you go on to the next step, which is to discuss the merits of the project.
Okay. I think we got a little bit ahead of ourselves here.
Just a little bit.
So I make a motion to,
Wait, sorry. There's a motion on the table, so let's just make sure we take care of that. So do you want to rescind your motion?
I'll rescind it so we can do this
Okay.
right.
rescind the second.
Okay.
So I make a motion to reconsider the awarding of the contract.
And I second that.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded to reconsider the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Motion dies. So what happens there? we're done.
We got another pickle.
So if the motion dies, that means there's no action. And so if you wanted, an option would be if a council member made a motion to continue, but that would need a majority vote to continue this request to reconsider to a date when you have a full composition of the council.
Okay. Does anybody else want to try to make a motion?
Can I ask a clarifying question? If it dies, what happens to the meeting on Thursday?
If it's not reconsidered, then the prior action stands.
Right, so we go into the community meeting and we are in contract or heading for contract.
That's correct.
Well, I think the contract wouldn't happen until
Yeah, when is that?
later in August.
When was
Staff has until August 24th, but what I heard
August 24th?
was that it's currently in the flow. Okay, we're going to move on from this. I'm just going to wrap up with one final comment. I hope my ask, I guess, for folks is if and when you go into those discussions, obviously, if you're in opposition to it, express that freely. But I would also ask that you look at, if we were to move forward with it, what do alternatives look like to that project that could help us move forward with something, given that we have this grant funding available to pilot something out and see if it works in our community. So that's my ask, so we can be forward thinking. With that, we're going to move to council.
Can we just repeat when the community meeting is going to be and
Yeah,
where?
that's a good idea.
For everybody?
It's on Thursday.
It's Thursday and not tomorrow.
Yeah, not tomorrow. A couple people said that. It's Thursday
Yeah.
at 6. 6 in Library Community Room, 6 o'clock on Thursday,
This Thursday,
July 9th.
for anybody online.
July 9th, 6 p.m. At the Community Library Room.
Perfect.
And so this,
It's been said 3 times, so you can't say you didn't hear it. All right.
so this action would come back to a full council at,
This is going to come back to the council before anything.
Before any construction or anything starts.
Yep.
yeah, and that would be a regular city council. So the public knows, a regular city council.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we're
regular
moving
city
on.
council meeting.
Council comments. Anybody have council comments? No comments.
Yes, I'm receiving concern from one member of the community that we pay extra attention to the weather predictions of heavy atmospheric rains this winter, and that we talk about extra preparation or how we would be prepared. I guess this is landing on Public Works again, but I just wanted to say that I'm beginning to hear this in the community, and I'm worried about it too. Last winter, some of those rains, somebody mentioned District 3, they were torrential, and now we don't have the money for attending to the drainage system, and I'm just really worried. So I just need to express that worry, that I'm hearing it from the community, that we be as prepared as we can be. Is Demi still here? No. That we consider having enough portable generators or energy boxes or something for when people are out and they are medically dependent, which happened for Chief Hober and I, where people were coming home from the hospital and needed electricity, and, you know, it's a huge mess. So anything we can do to be better prepared for this winter, I would love to perhaps discuss it further, or maybe we can have CERT talk to us, or somehow get me out of my anxiety. Thank you.
It's a good point, especially with El Nino being so heavy this year. So, anybody else?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I'd like to have an agendized time to talk about that, exactly what Councilmember Rash is talking about. Is
Lucky you guys brought it up at the same time.
we have these fine volunteers in our community called CERT, Community Emergency Response Team. They do a fabulous job. But I'd like to see an agenda item that comes forward that is part recruitment, part community education, that is getting people ready for the storms, and talk about specific ways to equip your home, your garage, your go bag, the kinds of things that folks need to be reminded of. And then also, how do they get alternate power and have a component of that? It's so easy to have a generator for $450 that lasts a long time, that gets you the basic essentials. So if we could have public safety do some kind of a presentation that does the outreach education and includes CERT at some point before the.
Sorry, real quick, could I clarify? I don't think we've fully implemented the changes that we voted on yet. I think that was supposed to be coming back to council for like a final approval. So or am I misunderstanding? Are we operating under the old terms or the new terms as far as getting items agendized? Because that's what he was asking for.
So we're still under the current terms where it's a two-step process.
You have to submit the agenda
Submit the
item,
agenda.
the request.
I can do that.
Agenda item
Hey,
request.
you want me to do 350 words on public safety? No problem.
Sign me up.
I'll handle that. The other thing I wanted to say, thank you to all of the staff, the volunteers for July 4th and the days leading up to that. I know it's a big load. In the old days with having the fireworks on the beach, it was an incredibly heavy lift. This is still a heavy lift for many of our city departments, and kudos to them all. Public safety, also early morning hours. And also, we had the privilege as a council to ride in the old gray mare, which is, was it 110 years old? Was that what it was? 110-year-old fire truck that we rode in. I think it's in 1906. At any rate, we rode in that and we rode through the parade, and it looked like it was a whole bunch of people there because of the 250th. And so it was a great celebration they had. The whole day was good. And we rode across a red, white, and blue crosswalk. And thank you to the council members that supported that and got that done, because that was special for a lot of members of our community. So thank you for that. And that's all I have.
Awesome. Well said. Pass it to city manager for city manager reports.
Just a few things. It's a timely comment about emergency preparation. We actually have been talking about that, and we will be doing a tabletop exercise internally to get ready for emergency preparedness in October. Up until October, we're going to continue our training so that we actually know what to do, where things are, and practice essentially storm events and other events in the community that may happen during an emergency. We can definitely come back to council and the community to provide some tips for what to do. Evacuation routes, generation, what to do in emergencies like you mentioned. So that's timely, and it's something that we're working on, and we'll definitely be prepared to share that with the community. Secondly, July 4th, I heard it was great. Unfortunately, I had a pre-existing obligation with my family. I needed to be there. But I too am thankful for all of the staff and everybody who made that happen. Yeah, I know how important those events are to building community. And so it sounded like everybody had a great time. And Mayor, that's the end of my comments.
Thanks, Dante. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you all.